Why are there 2,000 of you here? Stream does not start for 10 minutes. Get a job. All right. Okay. What's up? If you people are going to pile in here on a Saturday evening, just sitting there, then I guess I'll start early. What's up? Howdy. I know, a whole 6 minutes early. How generous I am. It's Sunday. Days don't mean anything. Wait, did I say Saturday instead of Sunday? I knew it was Sunday. Not that it makes that much of a difference to me, really. Hi. It sure is hot today. There's a heat wave in Seattle. It's 90 degrees in my studio. Not much I can do about that. Your streamer life is showing? Yeah, I don't really pay attention to what day it is that much. 90 degrees in Massachusetts as well. Ugh. God. Base Defense Department? Yeah, I saw this. So Army bases, military installations, are a part of the federal government, and therefore their bases are federal government land. It makes sense that they would not abide by any anti-abortion state laws. Thank you to our woke Pentagon and our they-them army for working hard. Well, that's nice. Medical regulations are 90% state-based? Yeah, for the most part. That's usually left to the states. Related to that story, I've been reading that Twitter thread. What Twitter thread? What are you referring to? What? Hello? What? Why? This is too many words. What am I looking at? I can't read this much. I'm very sorry. Not even on a good day would I denigrate myself by reading this many words. Like some kind of heterosexual. It is Saturday. I told Drama Posting that it was Shut the Fuck Up Friday because they kept Fed posting. Yeah, I saw that in the Discord. If you're in the Discord and you're gonna get banned for Fed posting, okay? You've got to keep it in line, all right? I know you petite revolutionaries are like all fired up right now and you desperately want to overthrow capitalism by being angry at a Discord server, but yeah, it's not going to lead to much. Sorry. Yeah, revolution, yeah. It was 70 in Humboldt this weekend. God, I wish it was 70 here. Well, it will be on Tuesday, so, whatever. How y'all doing? We have to finish the, Jan 6 Commission. We have to finish the Jan 6 Commission. We'll go over that. We'll talk about a few other things. We've got plenty to talk about. Lord knows that's the case. Do you see this thread? What are your thoughts? Let me see. What is this? No, why would I see this thread? This has 125 likes. How on earth would I... My translation is planned World War strike on Lithuania? Don't pay attention to this. This is completely made up. Around sunrise, June 27th? No, don't. Yeah, no. If there was any plan for Russia to attack a NATO country, you would be hearing about it from the State Department. And you would probably be hearing about it months beforehand, too. Ha! Here's Kotaku Fed posting. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. Playing to their strengths. Thanks, Kotaku. Serious question, what does Fed posting mean? It's an evolution of a few terms and ideas. The basic gist of it is that historically revolutionary groups have been undermined by federal agents who will infiltrate the group and try to implicate their compatriots by asking them leading questions. It's kind of like a simplification of that process, like, what do you do, fellow revolutionaries? Does anyone here have any plans to kill the United States president? Like Fed posting, like you're trying to get us all IRL banned, Fed posting, that kind of thing. That's the idea. The inspiration for the term. Do you think the timing of this Roe v. Wade thing is on purpose to distract from the Jan 6 hearing? No, I don't think so. Also, I don't really think it distracts from the Jan 6 hearing at all. If anything, doesn't this kind of highlight it? Like, while they're doing the hearing of Republicans attempting a coup, here is the consequence of Republican governance, you know? It seems like, if anything, the two complement each other. Yeah. Creepiest shit I've seen in a while. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Amazon uses kid's dead grandma in morbid demo of Alexa audio deepfake. Amazon taps emotional woes of pandemic grief to push developing Alexa further. Cool. I'm glad that the role that would have historically been fulfilled by, like, alchemists and you know, necromancers is now being done by Amazon. That's very good. I like that. Very cool. Yeah. Hosting a seance on my Alexa. Yeah, literally. Jesus. This does seem like a device exclusively, or this feature does seem designed simply to cause trauma, you know? Can you imagine if, like, your mom died and a few years later, because someone tampered with your shit, like, you hear your mom talking in the other room and you run over there and you see Alexa with the little blue ring on? Like, you would drop kick that fucking thing through the wall. Like, you would fucking destroy the shelf that it's on, you know? Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. I don't know. Fuck that demon voice box. Galley, we determined that it's probably pretty likely that he might be a predator, but we have no way of knowing because of the unreliability of the accusations. The JLP thing is super funny. Russia defaults on its debts, Lamau. Yeah, they had to. This debt defaulting was anticipated for quite a while. Russia defaults on foreign debt for the first time since 1918. Damn! More than 100 years. The first fucking post-revolutionary. Whew. God damn. Sucks to suck. What are the consequences of that? It makes Russia a less reliable recipient of loans in the future. A lot goes into it. It makes them a less reliable, like, creditor, you know. Yeah, that doesn't have much in effect right now because they're being sanctioned to hell and back anyway, but, you know. The former, of course, Quoteth. You hear they took away the Miranda decision? Yeah, we talked about that on the stream. Shouldn't 100 million be like nothing for a government like this? Well, I mean, Russia's pretty fucking broke right now. The line went down, folks. Did you hear about the Boy Scouts thing? I have no idea what you're referring to. Yeah, they can't even access the payment system. They could make the payment, but they don't even have access to the international. Basically, it would be like if you had to pay your rent at the end of the month, or you get kicked out, and, like, America with its sanctions has formed, like, a body wall to block you from getting to your landlord, you know? Boy Scouts were at Seattle Pride. Gay. What is this? Breaking. A Trump rally speaker shocks by calling end of row victory for white life. Why are you showing somebody else's video? Isn't it on Twitter? Yeah, I saw this, though. This lady. This is the one who quoted Hitler.
Breaking news out of the Trump rally on stage.
President Trump, on behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, I want to thank you for the historic victory for white life in the Supreme Court yesterday. The historic victory for white life,
Sounds like a Freudian slip. Oh, this was obviously a misspeak. Anyone who doesn't think this is a misspeak is delusional. You seriously think she intentionally said that? She even stumbled over it. The reason she said this is because she's a racist and she was thinking about white people. Like, again, quoting Hitler, you don't have to be that charitable here. Like, it is a misspeak, but, like, it's a misspeak that reveals, maybe? When it comes to, like, misspeaking, obviously you choose the level of charitability that you want to apply because it's impossible to know what they mean or are thinking. But with this lady, I think you can be, like, as uncharitable as you want. Like, you don't have to be charitable. It's fine. You can, if you want to say, like, she meant to just say life, but she said white life because she was thinking of white life. Yeah, like, I think that's a reasonable, Nah, Bolshevik, Nah, people misinterpreted this. Where's that tweet from the guy who says we should get rid of Brown versus Board? Where was that? Yeah, dude, this is such a fucking stupid thing to tweet, but people are misinterpreting the hell out of this. So, Barack Obama, peace be upon him. Today, the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, regulated the most intensely persistent, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, and Johnny Boy over here said, now do Plessy v. Ferguson / Brown versus Board of Education. And people interpreted this as him saying, now get rid of these next. But that doesn't even make sense, like, in the context of this quote tweet. What he's clearly saying right here is, there's nothing wrong with reversing 50 years of precedent. Look at Brown versus Board overturning previous racist legislation, or previous racist rulings. Like, it's pretty clear that he's saying, like, this is an invalid argument, because here's an example of overturning precedent that's a good thing. Because, yeah, it doesn't make any sense otherwise, yeah. You're being a bit charitable here? No, I'm 100% right. This was him putting his foot in his mouth, but that's 100% what he meant there, yeah. It wouldn't, like, think of it the other way. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. He's a sitting senator, and he's quote tweeting a black former president, and in a context where it doesn't even make that much sense semantically, he's like, now get rid of this and this? Why would he be saying get rid of Plessy v. Ferguson? It's not relevant anymore. Like, if he's talking about now we should overturn Brown v. Board, wouldn't he also be saying we should overturn Plessy v. Ferguson? Which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so he wouldn't have... the only reason he would mention this is if he's trying to indicate, like, the gap here is an argument against 50 years of precedent being overturned being a bad thing. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mean he's not a huge piece of shit. What is Plessy? Plessy v. Ferguson was the one about turning over slaves that escaped to the north, right? That's the one that it is? Or is it the other... No, is it another one? Ah, fuck. Separate but equal. There we go, yeah. Then what was the other one? Dred Scott. Oh, God, I got him mixed. Yeah. Either way, yeah. Thank you. He worded it in the worst possible way. You know, the Vosh way. Yes, the Vosh way. Well, good to see my pupil here is learning. Yeah. Brown was school segregation. Yeah, that was desegregation. Yeah, I got it mixed up there. Rudy Giuliani got slapped at a grocery store. Oh, cool. Oh, I was hoping it'd be a video. Fuck. God damn it. I'm super disappointed now. My day's fucking ruined. Oh, wait. Here's a video. Video of the assault on Rudy at ShopRite, where Rudy had the person arrested and said if he wasn't in better shape, he would have... If he wasn't in better shape, Rudy Giuliani's gonna be like, huh, if I wasn't in such good shape, I might have been hurt there. Okay. Yes. Alright, let's see the devastating blow he had to weather, okay? What? If it wasn't for his insurmountable physical health, he would have disintegrated with this touch. Seriously? Yeah, spine shattered. Maybe that did hurt him. The last time we saw him, he was melting. I mean, I don't know. He's probably kind of physically fragile. Apparently he said, "How's it going, scumbag?" Do you guys remember that fucking roundhouse kick? The roundhouse kick with the anti-choice. Can somebody get that video? That shit is like some fucking quality physical comedy. That is some the Three Brothers, the old slapstick. Come on, what? Stooges, Three Stooges. Yeah, thank you. Were they even brothers? I don't even know if that's true. Yeah, I don't even know. Man, roundhouse kicks. Fuck yes. No, they weren't? Okay. The heat is melting my mind. Oh, unironically, yeah.
It's better to be, you want to kill him with kindness, remember?
That's right. What?
They actually have people filming you the whole time. It's
Cool.
classic, kill with kindness.
Guess what? Hey,
Destruction of private property. It's against the law.
somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby. Think you should keep it?
Yeah, the thing that I love about this guy is that he's the soy Chad. You know what I mean? He's literally a fucking Wojak. Like, that makes it all the better, you know?
It's a baby. If someone was raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
Someone call the
Meant
cops.
to get your phone.
Do not touch me. Someone call the cops.
Fuck, that's good. Dude, yeah, he literally does the tongue thing. What is he doing here? He's gonna bite his fucking tongue off. Holy shit. He's just looking like a little goofball, you know? Yeah, the soy Chad. I love that. I love soy Chads. We respect soy Chads here. You know? Being a Chad is in your heart. It is. He's aiming. Yeah, fucking
Decided to kill her
target
3-year-old
locked.
child.
Calculating.
I meant to get your phone.
God, that's good. Yeah, calibrating trajectory. Huck Norris. That's good. There's no way you made that. That you had to have pulled that from a YouTube comment. That's really good. God. You did? Bluestone. Congratulations. Fuck. Okay. The I meant to kick her phone is the best part. Yeah. He actually did miss. Fuck. God damn it. Side note, what's the lady's argument? I don't fuck. She's an anti-abortion protester. What argument? Alright, what is this? Uvalde cops being demons. Really? Cops being bad?
Claims she's been faced with scrutiny from law enforcement at her own home.
The other night we were exercising and we had a cop parked at the corner flickering us with his headlights.
Due to incidents like this, Gomez said she is separated from her boys.
Just so my sons don't feel like they have to watch cops passing by, stopping, parking.
She has been protesting along with other community members in Uvalde Town Square, asking for UCISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo to be fired.
Yeah, people don't really fully get it, I don't think, but like in a lot of ways the cops really are just a fucking like gang of thugs. If you like do anything to interrupt their behavior or like step to them like in a political sense, like they can make your life absolute hell. Like they'll track you, they'll find anything to stop your car for. You know, they can fuck over like everything for you. Yeah, they'll like monitor your house. This has happened in so many cases, like journalists or investigators that are looking into the cops. Like it's happened so fucking often. The cops will just like menace them, you know?
Fired. Her goal now is to file a lawsuit.
The fact that he wasn't fired immediately based upon whatever it is, hours of video from testimony such as from Angeli is an indication that there is some sort of a, corrupt.
24th, Gomez claims she's been faced with scrutiny from law enforcement at her own home.
The other night we were exercising and we had a cop parked at the corner.
Oh, did it just fucking loop? Holy, I didn't even notice the loop. Oh my god. What a seamless loop. Did I see this? Off-duty officer who is running for Rhode Island saying, yeah, I saw this. A fucking cop, of course it's a cop, just fucking decked their opponent, like running for race, Rhode Island Democratic State Senate candidate Jennifer Rourke was punched in the face by her GOP opponent during an abortion rights rally. This right here is the perfect distillation. You know, like we're really getting back to the good old days where, you know, the Republicans and the Democrat, or I guess whatever the fuck it was, the Whig Party or some shit, I don't know, were just beating the shit out of each other on the Congress floor. That's what I'm talking about. Update, he decided he isn't running for office anymore after this? Really? Did you see this? You guys are asking me a lot of shit, you know? Did I see Destiny being retarded? Yes, I saw Destiny being retarded. Once again, it's like my standing position is that he's being retarded, and then I get reminded by Chase, like, well, he's still being retarded. Dude, really? He hasn't changed? Is that true? The bears continue, unabated, to shit in the woods, you say? It's astounding. Fuck. Alright. Is there any more bullshit you guys want to catch me up on? I saw some videos of LAPD being fucking psychopaths. Alright, hold on. SC Police, Auto-Tune, Sam Jackson. We're getting the linkers out of the way here. Great. Phenomenal first frame. Now this is what I call a necessary exercise of force. We're really protecting the public here. This is why you always want to eat a fuck ton of mac and cheese before the protesting. So if you get tased, you shit yourself. Really fuck up their day. Yeah, cops are pigs, etc., etc. You know what my thoughts are on this. You know. There was that Elon Musk video from the thread. Oh, Elon Musk is totally on board here. There was a shooting at an LGBT pride parade in Norway today. I saw that. Yeah. In Norway. The Wikipedia article, huh? Yesterday, 2 people were killed, 21 more injured at 3 sites, mass shooting in Norway. The shootings were acts of Islamic terrorism which targeted... Oh, okay. It's the other group of far-right religious fundamentalists. Okay. Yeah, I thought, given what's going on over here, it would be the Christian far-right fundamentalists, but this time it's the Muslim far-right fundamentalist, you know. What diversity you get. I swear to God, it's palette swaps, bro. That's what we're really arriving at, you know. We're either arriving at like Christendom in the Middle East or like the caliphate of the West. I don't know where timelines are converging. Something's happening. According to one witness, the perpetrator shouted Allahu Akbar. That's so cliche, honestly. Before he started shooting, 2 people were 21. Yeah, that's so 2010. That's so on the nose. Suspect, 42-year-old Norwegian. Oh, wait, hold on. I kind of want to see what this guy looks like. Lazy writing, yeah. Holy fuck, he looks a little bit like the Giga Chad dude. God damn it, I was going to make fun of him. Well, he does. Nah, he kind of does a little bit. They're not usually that old. Yeah, one thing that I've noticed that's kind of weird is that it feels like I don't know if this is real or just my like selective memory or whatever. Doesn't it feel like the terrorist attacks done by Muslims in the West tend to be from older people than the terrorist attacks done by like the Christian fundamental? No, I don't know if that's true. Nah, I don't think so. Nah, I thought about it for a little longer. I don't think that's true. Damn. So I just sociologically throwing darts at a board and missing and hitting my foot. You know how it is. Is it just a beard thing, or is that racist of me? Might be racist of you. I mean, most Muslim dudes have beards, yeah. But a lot of people have beards. I have a beard, so I don't know. Really, I think a lot of, like, the Christian mass shooters these days, I mean, aren't they mostly, like, clean-shaven? Either because they're, like, 17-year-olds, or because they're wannabe, like, born-again Catholic warrior of Christ, soldier of God, whatever's, you know? And they have, like, crippling hentai addictions. When are we going over subreddit mod drama? My mods? I didn't know anything happened. What happened? It's nothing? Ah, but you're a mod, Thana. How could I trust you? Oh, hey, Hunter. Comic Relief, you should watch my conservative diss track. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. We do have to watch that. Probably not immediately at this moment. How have you been? Bosh, they killed 100 people. My mods? Only 100? That's not too bad. Check out the new Destiny post. No, you know what? Here's my official position, okay? My official position is that I don't give a fuck, alright? I have done my best to delegate this to other people. Mythaldu is based. If Mythaldu did cringe, which I doubt, because Mythaldu's based, you see the logical issue there, then that's their prerogative. Godspeed. May God be with you all. Listen, I manage my stream and I can barely manage that, okay? I'm showing up late for my 4 hours 3 times a week job, okay? Let me steady myself a bit before we work on anything else. Actually, I spend more time doing work off stream than I do on stream. It's just emails and DMs and yeah. Always with that. That's the worst part of the job. For sure. Vash, you okay? You know, the reason why I've been more absent recently has been because of a health thing. Not COVID, thankfully. I think I've talked a little bit about it. But it feels like it's very strange, you know? Because I feel like my general health, like the health of my organs and of my body, is very good. Every time I go get a physical, my general doctor, you know, all my levels are in check, everything's nice and solid. But then some fucking weird thing happens. Some weird shit. And it just takes over a lot, you know? It's not an illness. The thing here, I can tell you, you know, I thought it was cardiochondritis, which is an inflammation of the chest wall. Your diaphragm, you know, the stuff underneath the pecs, not the muscles, but further in. Not a serious condition. I had a cough for a while. I assumed it was a product of that. But the solution to this is to take anti-inflammatories, which I did, after a doctor's recommendation, of course. And it helped a bit, but anti-inflammatories are also painkillers. So I might have just been experiencing the effect of the painkillers because the cardiochondritis has not gone away. If anything, it's gotten worse. It seems to be better on days where I have to do work, like exercise or something like that, you know, like some physical activity, but it's not like a muscle thing. I know where I can feel the pain. And it's difficult for me to describe the issue here. It's not a heart problem. They did an EKG. But if I bend forward a little bit or sit up in bed, I mean, the pain in my chest makes it difficult to breathe, which is a fairly alarming problem to have when you're 28 years old and in every discernible sense physically well. So I'm trying to get that fixed. And then I had an issue with my general practitioner. No, I promise, it's not acid reflux, it's not anxiety, I know what these things feel like, it's no. This is a very distinct... And I wonder if it's some internal infection, which, if that's the case, it has had a while to run rampant inside of me. Which is why I was worried about COVID. Because if I had COVID, plus this thing, that would be a pre-existing condition, which isn't good. I had costochondritis in college. It took 3 weeks to heal. For me, it has been 2 months. It has just only gotten worse with time. So, probably not that. Yeah, it's the scarlet rot. Anyway, we'll see. Have you seen a specialist? I'm trying. You know, all the doctors are backed up. Most of the medical visits that I do, I just pay out for, urgent care. You know? Is it body-hurting disease? It might be body-hurting disease. That is true. Well, at any rate, that's the reason for it. The main issue, then, it's not the pain itself when I'm sitting here streaming. It's just that the pain makes me very tired. It's one of the reasons I've been so tired, because it keeps me from sleeping, and that makes me tired. And then it hurts anytime I do anything, and that makes me tired. So it compounds. These things together... Again, I'm sorry for not streaming so much. We'll work it out. Could also be the heat. The heat doesn't help, for sure. There was a massacre of African migrants in Morocco by Spanish forces. Interesting. Do you have a link? How hard is it to get central AC in Washington? You let me know. You're going to want to buy window units and mobile units. Sorry for the rambling. Let's catch up with a little bit more news. Then we're going to continue with the January 6th inquiry. And then we are going to talk about other things. Vosh, do you seriously not have central AC? It's Seattle. Nothing up here has central AC. You know, the last heat wave last year, every hotel in the city was booked weeks in advance because hotels have AC. These houses were not built to withstand temperatures higher than 90 degrees. It hit 108 last year. I suspect we're going to get something similar this year. Tomorrow it will hit around 90, and the day after the temperature will drop by 25 degrees, abruptly. So that'll be fun. For me, it was pericordial catch syndrome. Interesting. I'll look into it. Another LAPD mishap. What is your opinion of Seattle as like a city to live in? I have never loved a city more than I love Seattle. Every day I go out, I am constantly talking about what I like. I have never been possessed by that urge in any other place in the world, save for when I'm traveling, of course. You know, I visit Tokyo, whatever. Seattle is a wonderful city. It is expensive. I will not deny this. Hold on. I went to Capitol Hill just a little while ago, which is the gay part of town. You know, there's always something or another, a block party. But I saw something beautiful there. Much of Seattle, especially the old parts of Seattle, are made of brickwork, you know? Think old East Coast buildings, you know? Squat, tall, small windows packed close together, no space in between the housing units and the commercial space, which is nice. But there was an alleyway but through one of these sort of commercial rows, and I didn't realize till I was in the alleyway, it wasn't a real alleyway. It was the shell of a building that used to be there. I look up and I see I wasn't walking in an alley. I was walking in a roofless chunk of this former wall-to-wall brick like tenement where you could still see the scaffolding and the pillars and the windows of the old second floor up there. It's difficult for me to even describe. This will be the last thing that I waste your time with. No, I can't paint it, but I can find it. Let me just, Is this it? I think this might be it. Here we go. Beautiful. I find stuff like this every time I go outside, you know? Look at this. Chop House Row. See? You have this wall-to-wall, but this right here used to be its own part of the building. The concrete here, and you can see the remainder of the windows back here. And that leads out to the street. And this used to be the back area for an uninterrupted line of commercial buildings. And then they just hollowed out this one. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Have you been to the rainforest? I believe technically the redwood forests in Humboldt are considered a rainforest. So yes. Okay. Let us see. Human rights orgs call on Spain and Morocco to investigate the death of at least 18 sub-Saharan Africans during attempts to scale the border fence that surround the territory of Melilla, a Spanish enclave in North Africa. Can I get a map? I don't know that much about. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, hold on. Jesus Christ, yeah, we're not showing this. No, no.
Que fueron heridas como consecuencia por territorio.
The action of these last hours, it's a consequence, direct consequence of the agreement reached recently among governments of Morocco and Spain. So basically, the externalization of migration without taking into consideration human rights and the life of these people relies also on the back of the Spanish government.
Yeah. I've thought about this before. I don't know that much about this situation, so I don't want to speak errantly and just kind of make a fool of myself. But, like, you guys know how immigration politics in America is defined by Mexico? Like, it is. We get immigration from lots of places, but that's where it centers, you know? We don't really share, I mean, obviously we don't even share a continent with Africa, but, like, I've wondered, you know, with Morocco and Spain and stuff like that, can you imagine what kind of horrific human rights abuses we could get away with, like, or American Border Patrol could get away with, if the people they were dealing with were not Mexicans, but sub-Saharan Africans? In terms of, like, the global, like, hierarchy of derision, I mean, not to say that the Mexicans aren't treated horribly, they are, but, you know, I feel like, for so many reasons, like, the relative lack of attention and resources and the, you know, the underdevelopment of the area relative to, like, the near southern border for America. Yeah, I feel like there's so much fucked up stuff that could happen there. Just, yeah, here we go, on maps. it was here. The marker was like right here. Just above Nador? Oh, right. Oh, right here. Melilla. Melilla. Here we go. Oh, wait. A border. A border designating what? Is this a Spanish enclave in Morocco? Yeah, a little piece of Spain. Okay, so they went in. Yeah, they went in from. Yeah. Basically, anytime you're looking at a map and you see a little piece like this, like a million people died around here. No matter where in the world you look, you know, if you see, oh yeah, here's this little port town that still belongs to another country that's nearby, it means a million people died there. Just as a general rule. Let's be done here. The LAPD just manhandled activist actress Jodie Sweetin in a pro-choice protest. I think it's so fucking great, dude, that all the people who are just like ruthless sociopaths in high school get to graduate and continue doing what they do best as a police officer. I'm really glad that like in the LAPD, it's just totally fucking acceptable to vault people. As if they couldn't have just, like, grabbed her and moved her. As if this isn't, like, 3 people whose job it is to be physically stronger than the people they're accosting, you know? But like, they're just shoving, like a fucking high school bully, you know? Holy shit, they came back from that quickly. I wish the video had a little bit more time at the beginning so we could see what happened, like to get her to be where the cops were. Or is this LAPD? So LA, presumably. This is the most acceptable use of autotune I've ever witnessed. This is good, you know? This is a good time. Why is it autotune? Because it's a bop. It's a protest, you know? You can only belt your pipes out so hard. You gotta... There's nothing wrong with a little bit of technological assistance. Oh, God. What are the lyrics? I think they were saying, fuck the something, fuck the state, you can't force us to procreate. Something like that. Yeah. You can make it louder with autotune? That's true. Oh, fuck the church, fuck the state, you can't make us procreate. Yeah, there we go. Also true. Very true. Also true. That's pretty true. Yeah, pretty true. All right, last checkup. Let me just make sure. I just want to do all this in the way so none of the linkers can get mad at me for the rest of the stream and interrupt us looking at the January 6th thing with... That's what you would... Or that's what you're going to be like. It's exactly what you're going to sound like, too. I can fucking predict it. Oh, yeah, my boy Charlie Kirk. You might call it a triumph of the will, if you wanted to be poetic. Oh yeah, he's completely correct. It just goes both ways. You just have to be more willful than them. Just have to will harder. Okay, last thing. I'm so sorry. I cannot allow this to pass into history without me commenting on it. If you guys seen the fucking Belle Delphine thing, right? This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Unironically, just straightforwardly the funniest shit in the world. Where the fuck is the tweet? I can't find it. Why is it not Shark tweeted it? All right, we'll look at Sharks. We'll look at Sharks hosting. She let him hit it because she was goofy. Yeah, Belle Delphine's doing her work again, and she shipped 2 Mad out there, and had to wear a fucking Donkey Kong costume. How old do you think Belle Delphine will have to be before she no longer looks like she's underage? I know she does her makeup specifically to look like that, but like, Jesus Christ. Why does she still have braces? It's because her audience is pedophiles. This is so fucking funny, though. Holy shit, dude. She's from South Africa? I didn't know that. She got a boob job and her fans are crying. Wait, is that true? Did she get bigger tits and her fans are mad because it makes her look like less of a kid? That's fucking funny. You live by the lolicon, you die by the lolicon or something. I don't fucking know. God, that's funny. She's a porn star? Yeah, she's a porn star, basically. Very, very funny. God. She really is a marketing genius. Just incredibly good at that, you know. Whatever else you feel about her, that is undeniable. Ask Shu, they have a similar face structure. Shu looks pretty young, but Belle Delphine, like, deliberately tries to look like a 15-year-old or whatever, you know. That's what it be with the anime fans, folks. Yeah, Zan, no, she's good at that. She's a great saleswoman, yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Are we ready? People say Shu and I look similar, I don't say it. How the fuck do you and Shu... I don't know. Maybe it's because you're both from Jersey or something? Aren't you an anime fan? No, I only like good anime. Alright, let's bring it up. C-SPAN! Final link, Madonna is calling to bomb DC.
Yes, I'm angry. Yes, I am outraged. Yes, I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House. Yes.
Oh wait, the White House is the wrong building. Does she know that there are different buildings for the for where the different people? Oh, this is after the Trump election? Oh, gotcha. Is there a new one where she says this for the Supreme Court? She just repeats this every time something bad happens, you know? Now we disavow either way. Political violence. Very bad. Very bad. Bigly. Very, very bad. Okay, here we go. Thank God. Get me out of this nightmare. Let me watch the damn thing. Let me just chill. God, it's so fucking warm, dude. I have my foot up on the chair and I fucking slip it around because of how sweaty I am. God. God help me. Oh, why is my hair like that? Probably sweat. I don't know. Let me out of here. All right, the break had just started.
Programming brought to you as a...
No!
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, you were the head of the Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the President and to the executive branch.
Ben?
As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so, in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So, given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the President?
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the President, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various policy to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the President that...
Okay, random question. If you have hair like this, can hair like this turn into hair like this? Like, if you have close-cropped hair that looks like this, is it possible to do anything like this, or is the hair type too different? You have to grow it out a lot, I think. Yeah, like, this hair is way longer, of course. I was just wondering. Not enough natural volume? Yeah, I wonder.
A course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the President asked you and the Department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The President sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the Department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipollone specifically to review it. You and the Department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the Department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless...
The idea of what the existing Supreme Court would, like, sign off on is fucking terrifying. If there was a future constitutional crisis, like, can you imagine hearing, like, like ballot accumulation contested lawsuit being brought to the Supreme Court and it's some like Trump revival shit and you're like, oh great, I wonder what they'll have to say about this, Fuck, dude.
Lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the President, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting Attorney General asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the President about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
It was certainly, you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were asked to look into. In mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I mean, I think the President was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud, and there was a specific request where the Attorney General sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
What was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state Attorney General to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, and not uncommonly. Obviously, a state Attorney General exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at...
Wait, yeah, they did deny to review election fraud with the current Supreme Court. Yeah, no, I mean like the current Supreme Court, not just the same people, but the same time in history. As we all know, Republicans have been biding their time for like a long while, you know? There are plenty of like basically crypto Nazis or like just a little bit quieter than loud pitch volume fascists in the Republican Party waiting for the opportunity. And right now, dude, like things look pretty prime for them, you know? They have uncontested control of the Supreme Court. You know, the Senate is effectively gridlocked because they won't remove the filibuster to, you know, to actually do anything, and they would need every single vote. And then come 2022, the Republicans are probably going to take the Senate back. They might even take the House, though it's less likely. And at that point, like, you know, total gridlock. You know, Biden's not strong enough to do anything meaningful, or at least I really doubt he will be. And then you're going to have like a high inflation, a high gas price, like crippled economy leading into 2024. And you know, guys, I'm gonna keep it 100% real with you. It does not look good for Biden that Trump, for all the disastrous policies that he brought forward, did preside over a, you know, for most of his presidency, moderately strong economy. And then Biden was mostly tasked with COVID cleanup when he came into office, and then the inflation shit hit, along with all the damage to the world economy because of the invasion of Ukraine and all the sanctions that followed. And then Trump's going to be able to come in and go, remember when things were good? Remember when we were strong, you know? So yeah, I don't know. They might be going sicko mode now because they feel like they have the perfect setup for like a sweep in 2024.
The issue, what we saw is actually that the state law, the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana Attorney General from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question that it was not legally available.
So during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest. It's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department. And to this point, I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember that December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his attorney general is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, "After seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined." The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a late-night meeting on December 18th.
I know on Friday he had asked me to be special counsel to address the election issues and to collect evidence, and he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here, what would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah, I completely agree with this, by the way. If there's no standing, there's no reason to even listen to them. It's one of those just asking questions type deals where if they have no case whatsoever, they can obfuscate and delay for time and project perceived legitimacy by, establishing 87 respective councils and consulates and investigative bodies in order to, and it's and you give everyone a badge and a fancy name. And all it leads to is additional perceived legitimacy.
All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been on the meeting, in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
We had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told him that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines. And so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
So there would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response, and to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting attorney general said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone. And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was the number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting attorney general. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job. And Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosen, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in the leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipollone, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve. President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen.
Isn't it incredibly fucked up that we don't have any recordings of Trump being, like, sad and blustered as he's being told all of this? This is incredibly frustrating. Why do we have recordings of him on the phone? We have so many recordings of him talking behind the scenes, but I can't remember ever hearing like a 30-minute conversation of one of his cabinet members sitting him down and going like, listen, Trump, okay, you can't do this. And Trump's like, what, and you can't, you didn't, wait, what do you, no, what, like, why isn't there any of that? They're hiding it from us. They're hiding it. This shit's going to come out after Trump dies of a fucking massive heart attack or something.
Asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on, that I had been not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
Interesting. The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes. Really two concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless conspiracy theory that an Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry. On the screen now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but anyway, the guy.
What the? I'm sorry, I can't anymore. I take one day off from checking my emails. I look while we do this because my giant brain can't just watch a video. I have to do something else. Holy shit! I try to just look through the super quick ones, or like stuff that I can just add to a watch list or whatever. And then I check fucking 18 emails in a row, and all of them are essays. One of them opens with a guy showing me him smiling while holding his driver's license to prove that it's him. These are some committed attempts to reach me. I mean, I read everything that I get, so I can't read those right now, because I can't read that much while listening to video, but holy shit. God damn. I'm gonna dox that guy now. Out of spite. No, I won't.
Running the operation of changing the votes. And that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video. What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily, I'd get an email like this, and there was no phone call. It would just come over the transom. But this one, he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that, and I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to an FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told him that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly, and said that's the end of that. Don't raise this with me again. And so because Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this, I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day. I had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? and I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th, that we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we, the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
She called the video absurd, and despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House. And Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on, because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power, scouring the internet to support.
Yeah, fuck the church, fuck the state, you can't make us procreate is also like a really good rallying cry for lefty incels. That's actually pretty good, you know, like not just out there in the streets, but like, you know, it's like the chicken tendy green text. What is that? Chicken tendy green text. You know, the song, the poem. Is this it? No, it's the Tendy song. I know this one. Yeah, imagine not knowing this one. No, this is a different one. Why do people fuck with the classics, dude? Oh yeah, here we go. Gimme chicken tendies, be they crispy or from Wendy's. Spend my hard-earned good boy points on kids' meal ball pit burger joints. Mummy lifts me to the card. Find me tendies near and far. Enjoy my tasty tendy treats in comfy big boy booster seats. McDonald's, Hardee's, Popeyes, Cane's, but of my tendies none remains. She tries to make me take a nappy, but sleeping doesn't make me happy. Tendies are the only food that puts me in a napping mood. I'll scream and shout and make a fuss. I'll bite, I'll scratch, I'll even cuss. Tendies are my heart's desire, fueled by raging hungry fire. Mommy sobs and wails and cries, but tears aren't tendies, nugs, or fries. My good boy points were fairly earned to buy the tendies that I've yearned, but there's no tendies on my plate. Did Mummy think that I just ate? Tendies, get them now, you fat, ungrateful, sluggish sow. I screech while hurling into her eyes. My foul smell. I can't. That's enough.
His conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed. Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting attorney general. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, and supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for the fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark, and I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continued to express the view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that He was insubordinate. He was out of line. He had not honored his own representations of what he would do. And he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the job of acting attorney general?
That was a day later. On the 2nd, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And he was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It had proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did
Bosch just shit himself? Yeah, I wish. Then I have an excuse to end stream. Oh my fucking god, dude. That office chair, the surface is like the surface of the sun. I need one of those. I need 2 chairs, okay? I need this and I need like a mesh chair for really hot days. I might that's actually not a bad idea. I might literally just get like a shittier mesh chair. Get a blankie. Nah, that only makes it feel worse for me. Here, can I like there. We're just gonna fuck up my knees. All right, I'm gonna take advantage of my youth. All right, I'm not an old man. I'm a goddamn big boy, and I'm gonna just kneel before Christ. Oh wait, I literally have a standing desk. That's right. That's cool.
Mr. Clark asked you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No. As the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th, so I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the Acting Attorney General and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the president did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as Attorney General, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Megan Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all without hesitation said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting attorney general. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipollone told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipollone did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law, and that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country, and therefore I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, we had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there. That did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in, and then we told the president, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside, and he said, well, bring him in. And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs, I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did. So I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign.
Great.
Because
Thank
I think
you
he was.
Thank you for
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president? I said, no. I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to. And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, the president wants you in the meeting. I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took...
God damn it. Well, now my neck's gonna hurt because I have to look straight down to see the monitor. You gotta set your wires up for standing desk mode. Yeah, the problem with the standing desk mode is that a lot of my wires are too short because my computer is on the ground. So, yeah. What if I just sat down? What if I... There we go. Perfect. There we go. We've got it. Oh, dude, I'm right in the path of the AC too. This AC fucking sucks. It's so bad, but I'm right in the path right now. I'm getting the most of what little it can give me. What the fuck is wrong with you, Vosh? Do not be ableist. Okay? There are plenty of non-retarded political streamers you can watch. You chose to be here.
Probably 2 or 3 steps in, and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an army T-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Canoe.
I didn't know I was going to be here. And he said, no, just come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs arrayed in front of the president's desk. And he said, oh, no, you're going to be up here.
Booster
and
seat.
Everyone kind of laughed. And they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered, and so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, what do I have to lose? And it was actually a good opening because I said, Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose. And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose, and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department.
Ooh, skill
Mr.
issue.
President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible. It's absurd. It's not going to happen, and it's going to fail. He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, 1, would you know how to get there? And 2, if you got there, would you even know who you are? Do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature. And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer. And I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
No one.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, the issue really wasn't about me. It was It would have been fine, as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't have a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark and what the consequences would be?
Yes, so this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I'm going to resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm at eye level
matter.
with him
I'm
now.
telling you
It's
what's
like
gonna
I'm
happen. You're
peeking
gonna
at
lose your
him
entire
from a
department
dimensional
leadership.
portal.
Every single AAG will walk out on you. Your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country, and my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note, too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard. And that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
I think it's important to understand when we're watching this that, the point that's being reiterated here is that Donald Trump was essentially trying to fire everyone who wouldn't act as his lackey. He would demand impossible things. And when the people around him were like, yeah, that can't really happen. Also, it would be illegal and unethical. They get fired and replaced. But I don't want the message here to be that Trump was incompetent, because the fact is, if Trump had put enough cronies in place, it would have worked. The legality stuff is really only important until it's not. In fact, there is a strong benefit as like a wannabe dictator to hammering constantly at these institutions, because for every 100 failures you may get 1 success, 1 irrational, unexpected, genuine outcome that is anti-democratic, and you can work with that. But the insistence that you get from those cronies, that can be valuable. So I just don't want this to turn into like a big, everyone here is a buffoon, like, oh, haha, Trump couldn't manage this. I feel like that was a big mistake the liberal establishment made all the way back in 2015 and never stopped making, They're under the impression that Trump's incompetence makes him less dangerous. It doesn't. It doesn't make him any less dangerous. He is incompetent, but it does not make him less dangerous.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Engel's response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen to Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced it. Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider. The president doubled down and said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's a Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him. I said, all right, well, then we should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent.
I remember this one.
I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I had heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we, of course, would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
I know it's not really possible, but man, when I revisit stuff like this, my desire for some way of ousting or impeaching or prosecuting politicians for flagrant dishonesty is so strong. I have such a strong desire. I don't know how it could be done without being an incredibly easily abusable system. I have no idea how it would ever be shaped or organized or managed or, ruled, but the concept, I just can't help but keep coming back to it. The idea of democracy surviving behavior like this is just something we have to deal with. People can just lie flagrantly, in an easily disprovable fashion with everyone, including their own, cabinet, telling them that they're wrong. And there are going to be tens of millions of people who are going to die believing this, It's irreversible damage.
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from Speaker Pelosi, from Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was, there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were, on a very urgent basis, sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials, to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, or restored, but security still being determined, and the question being what time could the Congress reassemble? And the answer was 8 o'clock, and thankfully Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the Vice President, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the Vice President, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Watch this. I want to watch that Board 8 Club video.
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the President.
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the Vice President?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the Vice President as well as the congressional leadership that night, yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because the acoustics in the rotunda were such that it wasn't really conducive to having a call, so they found an office. We went to that office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gabbled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind.
Peekaboo.
I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue, did you ever hear from President Trump that day?
No. Like the AG, the acting AG, I spoke to Pat Cipollone and Mark Meadows and the Vice President and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the President that day.
So in today's hearing, showcase the efforts of the Americans before us to stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now.
Ready to pog when I pop up.
As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
Believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting, was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Brooks, I know, both advocated for there to be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting, and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gaetz was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gaetz reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a
presidential pardon needs to go. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know it's not always used for bad, but gubernatorial and presidential pardons just feel like they made corruption legal a little bit, Like it's very weird. They were just like, yeah, and also if you want, you can just like override the law. Like no big, a person can be convicted, by a trial of their peers. But if they're a friend of yours, if you want, it might be bad PR. But yeah, I know that doesn't always happen, and I know that pardons have been used for good reasons as well. It just does seem kind of like a weird, a little weird, just a little bit.
presidential pardon. They all contact you? Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gaetz, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. I need to finish.
Mr. Perry, did he contact you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marcia Green contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House counsel's office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Green.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
How do you know that Congressman Gaetz asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
Why would you admit
He told
that?
me to ask Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I heard that mentioned, yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved. Not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Department lawyers are not.
Okay, I think we're set here. Okay, this was a pretty long one. This one went an hour longer than the others. I guess that means I have to sit in the chair for a little while longer. Couldn't they have come up with a better conspiracy name than The Big Lie? Well, The Big Lie is a reference to Adolf Hitler. The Big Lie doesn't just mean, like, a lie that is big. The Big Lie refers to the concept associated with Hitler that if you push a piece of dishonesty so overwhelming that it completely disconnects your citizens from, like, a realistic view of the world, you have complete control over them. It's the whole, like, it's easier to believe big lies than small ones. Yeah, it's to get the whole... Wasn't Goebbels the one who came up with this? Yeah, well, I mean, propaganda minister, you know. Do you do stretches, Vosh? Can someone update me with what's wrong with CJ? What is wrong with you guys? Do you goobers never just chill? Shish. Okay? We're reading donos, then we're going over the Bored Ape Nazi whatever thing, okay? No funnies, Posadas John. Nothing can be funny. My friend, no one takes 1/6 as seriously and can take themselves as seriously as 1/6. It isn't a new... What? No one takes 1/6... What are you saying? No one can take 1/6 as seriously as 9/11? Oh, I agree. 1/6 is a much bigger deal than 9/11. Okay, let me read donos because there are some nice things here, and then we will do the Bored Ape Nazi Club thing. Yes. The HQM, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Small Vosh, no longer, though I might go back there. You know, we'll see. Tell people to like the stream. There are 9K viewers. Yes, like the stream, even though all I've done is be goofy. She let me hit it because I'm goofy. Look out! Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Dragon Fruit Punch and Titty Monkey, thank you. Titty Money, thank you for the $5. Both, really appreciate that. Good luck with your DSA meetings, Dragon Fruit and Titty Money. If you want to flee the South for the West Coast, that's a you thing, my friend. I can't possibly weigh in on life decisions like that for you. Skill Will, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Here's my 69,420 word essay explaining why Vosh bad. So true. Your friend Jen, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Got fired from my job today for laying into a forced birther. With my income gone, my only choice to give you more money. Stop doing that! Jesus! God! The Ever Developer, thank you for the very kind $20. It'd be awesome if you talked about the labor strike in Ecuador. It's on day 12 right now. The Konai indigenous group is sieging the capital. I'll take a look into it. I can't this stream, but I have heard about it. I just haven't fully dug into it. Bella de Jour and Nicholas Needham, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Nicholas. I definitely don't have pneumonia, though. Happy to say. Sake, thank you for the two $10 donations. Really appreciate that. Vosh is generally unhealthy and has COVID. Well, I don't live a healthy lifestyle. That's true. Deboonies, the $5. My brother and sister-in-law watched a doc on white supremacy, and thanks to you, Innuendo Studios, and Robert Evans, I knew more than they did. Thank you so much. Based! Love preempting the content of a document, you know? Or, sorry, not document, documentary. Yeah. Nafatyuk with the $10. Hey, Vosh, took your advice about being direct with people, and I just had my first kiss on Monday, smiley face. Aw, that's fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, no, seriously. Often, that's all it needs. Congrats. Philo 400, the $5. True. Sake with the $10. Also true. Wall Rider, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I appreciate that very much. And then Sake with the $20. If Vosh had a STEM degree, I should not watch this because it is a link, Sake. But it has been a while. What the fuck is this?
It's your boy Nile Green again. I got bored feeding wieners to my acid. So today I felt like exploding some sulfuric acid. Here is my stick of dynamite. This is made with love. And just to prove this is sulfuric acid, here is the pH. Let me reiterate, this is the pH. Add some hydrogen peroxide, and there goes another wiener. Oops, guess it was extra hungry this time. My wiener got completely obliterated. So anyway, after cleaning up, I decided to position my stick of dynamite close by. Behind should make things interesting. I'm going to drop and roll because chemistry is dangerous. Wow. Oh, that's just my Pokemon card collection. It's your boy.
It's a shitposting channel. Very good. Very, very good. Kiwi TP, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Quiff Jerky, thank you likewise. Greek with the €2. Thank you. Gustavo with the $10. Hey, Vosh, I went to a Houston protest organized by my local socialist org, and Beto showed up unexpectedly, and I got to talk to him one-on-one about avoiding liberal bipartisanship and committing to change. Beto O'Rourke showed up to a protest organized by socialists? That's nice. No, I mean, no, that's nice, you know? I'm glad you got a chance to talk with him. Beto O'Rourke is my favorite liberal. I don't believe he is mine, but it is good to be able to talk with your representatives, you know? Bio Eco, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Yes, the abortion bans do interfere with religious rights. I don't know whether that'll hold up in court, though. Pepe Sylvia and I Gargle Piss with the $5 both. Yes, I've heard Chicago has pretty robust public transport for America, yeah. Just a 20-minute ferry ride. Is that any good orgs you think of that I could join to help the cause? No, Pepe Sylvia. I don't leave the house. I don't know anything about anything, I'm afraid. Dangerously Dubious Double Davidson with the $5. State abortion bans directly contradict Jewish faith. How the hell does this not contradict the First Amendment? Okay, I will just say, though it is true that Jewish faith does require access to abortion, it's important to know that the First Amendment doesn't guarantee people the right to do anything they want if it's in a religious text. There are obviously religious texts that call for the stoning of adulterers. But you couldn't say, you know, oh yeah, well we should get to do this because of our religion. It's really up to the discretion of the courts to determine what an acceptable leeway for religious freedom is, you know. Maso Cutie and Bisadu, thank you for the $5 both. Lost my house, car, wife, husband, and dog today. Thought I'd make up for it by giving you some cash. Much love. Thank you, Bisadu. I appreciate that. Lumberjack Ent, thank you for the $5. Bro, I'm juicing. Based. Hey, Cryrene, thank you for the $15. I'm going on tea soon. To celebrate, I designed a printable Vosh papercraft. Oh, holy shit. This is so cute. Sorry, I was going to say so cute and also super cute, so I just said so cute. But, you know, you can pretend that I have like a Canadian accent, I guess. Look at this. Dude, look. It's so cute. That's so cute, though. You should make one? I should buy one. Oh, wait, it's not buyable. It's papercraft. That's right. That is very cute. There. Just print it on nice paper. Yeah. Don't make it on bad paper. Thank you very much, Kay Kryrene, and congratulations on getting on T soon. That is very, very cute. Raimi, with a very kind $25. I really appreciate that. Hey, Voosh, this is the first live stream I've caught from you in a while since I live in Australia. Anyway, here's $25, smiley face. I'm sorry it's such a shit stream then. But thank you, I really appreciate that. I opened the stream by explaining why I'm so dead. Vosh, your hair looks dapper. Thank you. If that's the real Pepe Silvia, he's big. No, I don't think that's the real Pepe Silvia. But yeah. Theo Eco and Jack Attack LP with the $2 both. It's an obligation to kill if you kill mom. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know I agree. Realization a boy cat is literally a bussy. True. Shoota! With the incredibly kind $20, I saw you in chat earlier. I'm running as part of the Rhode Island Political Co-op. Jen Rourke, the woman who was punched by that off-duty cop, is the co-founder of our org. Have 30 candidates. I don't know what you mean when you say have 30 candidates. Is this like a slavery thing? Are you offering me people? I respectfully decline, but I admire your gusto. I have no idea what you mean. However, good luck. I imagine, you know, as unfortunate as it is, Jen Rourke getting punched in the face will probably be good for her political ambitions. Of course, Astro 7. And then 10 lawn gnomes, the $5. UN Charter requires members to provide abortion access? What is this? The UN explicitly states all member nations must give access to abortions. If they don't, they must lose their Security Council seat, be removed from the UN. Yeah, this is inapplicable. First of all, it doesn't matter. The United States owns the UN. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, none of this, it doesn't matter. But even if it did matter, which it doesn't, we still technically have access to abortion in some of our states. You know, we don't have a federal abortion ban. It wouldn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. The UN can't do anything. They're powerless. We're America. They're the UN. There's nothing they can do. Yet. Right. All right. Normally, I wouldn't watch something like this because, you know, videos like this get made all the time. I don't really know what people are talking about. But a video was made called the Bored Ape Nazi Club, which is apparently about how the Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT group is run by Nazis. You know, I know very little about this outside of a Twitter thread that I once saw, which said that their logo is based on a Nazi logo. But outside of that, I know very, very little. So I guess we'll watch this. I've gotten so many emails from people asking me to watch this. Also, I can't find it on YouTube? Wait, where is it? The video, the original video. I only see people reacting to the video. It wasn't taken down, was it? You have found it? I am looking. I can't find it. But here it is. Okay, well, you know, I guess it's been delisted. I watched Asmongold react to it. Well, get ready to watch me react to it.
It's unethical, the practice of having inside jokes that are so fucked up to people who don't even understand them, and basically making fun of people to their face, right? To me, that's really what's fucked up, and it's more. It's actually more, to me, that's the crime here. The crime isn't that they're Nazis and they're racist, which they might be, and I'm sure they are accelerationists who are people who are just basically nihilists who don't give a fuck and want to see the world burn. And to me, that's probably a worse thing than being anything, because you really are anti-human and you're selfish.
What if I told you that one of the most successful NFT collections in the world was pulling off the biggest troll in internet history? No, not convincing people that this ugly shit is art or that it has any value. What if I told you that hidden within Bored Ape Yacht Club was a series of 4chan trolling, racist imagery, and white supremacy dog whistles? And with a deep understanding of cipher and cryptography, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are making a mockery of the entire world, pulling the strings of the global elite, including celebrities, athletes, actors, and influencers. This story is extremely complicated for many reasons. The problem with accepting the truth I'm about to tell you is that you have to have extensive knowledge of 4chan, internet culture, and symbolism to even wrap your head around this and understand the motive. The most important fact I'm about to tell you that you must remind yourself as we go along is that the entirety of Bored Ape Yacht Club is esoteric. By design, it is only meant to be understood by a select number of people with specialized knowledge. And as you can see here, it is considered based when others with that knowledge connect the dots. Almost all of the absurd...
Okay, so right off the bat, I can already see where this is going. Okay, so a couple of things. Oh, actually, wait, oh man, like a lot of things here. Okay. Where do I even start? Okay, first of all, it is undeniable that for as long as the modern far right has existed, there has been a concerted effort on the part of groups within that far right to make iconography which is distinguishable to them but not distinguishable to the majority of people, and promulgate it, to make it out there, to make it everywhere, to make dog whistles of everything, to confuse, to obfuscate, to blur the line. The reason they do this is because it's very simple. The reason they do this is because a lot of their upfront ideas are politically indefensible and abjectly immoral. They're horrible. The ethno-states, the mass murders, the deportation, the Holocaust denial, you know, like neo-Nazis, like just opening with that, you're not going to get very far. What you do, though, is you make iconographic elements of your subculture omnipresent, so everyone likes them. This was originally the case with Pepe the Frog, yes, among other things. And then, when you have lots of normies who are familiar with and invested in this iconography and the culture that springs up from it, you have an inroad. Because now, the purest, the most aware, the most knowledgeable group of people who are associated with that iconography will at the very least have connections to its original far-right origins, right? So you have like meme imagery spread everywhere, and the more invested you get in it, the more likely you are to go to the places where these memes come from, in many cases 4chan or Pol, and then you meet people who like that imagery, who like that iconography, but they're very, very far right, you know, and you get sort of slipped in. Additionally, people who become aware of the far-right associations of that iconography can actually work to the benefit of the far-right people, the Nazis. Because imagine this. Imagine it's 2017, and people are Pepe the Frog posting back when it is considered an alt-right symbol. And there are lots of normies who just think Pepe the Frog is funny, but then you have the woke lefties come in and they're like, no, that's a Nazi dog whistle. And you, the normie, are thinking, what the fuck? It's just a frog meme. Like, I've literally never seen anything racist about this. What are we, you know? And it makes the left look kind of hysterical because you're not in on the dog whistle. The lefty is, and the far-right person is. You're not, though. It makes the left look kind of hysterical, and, you know, other people are going to go up to you. They're going to be like, yeah, those lefties are hysterical, huh? They just see Nazis everywhere. And some of the people saying that might themselves be Nazis, or at least closer to them than you might be aware of or would like to be. Does that make sense to everyone? That's the process, okay? You get what I'm saying, right? That's what this documentary is going to be about, you know? I've long thought that this, like, this financial adventurism, like this crypto bullshit, has been really attractive to the far right, in large part because it represents a kind of rejection of status quo institutions. And that's generally something that's enjoyed more by the far right and the far left than it is by centrists. And the far left doesn't get involved in financial shit. You know what I mean? Like, if you've got a person who hates the system, they could be a lefty or a Nazi, right? You know, it depends on why they hate the system. But if you're talking about anti-establishment financial investment, lefties don't do that. Lefties don't get involved in, like, speculative investment on new currency form. That's not their ball game. So you have a kind of political, you know, like a maverick kind of cultural extremist position that's going to be more likely than not, you know, at least disproportionately occupied by far right people. Oh, one other big thing. Is it not true that a huge part of selling the image of crypto comes down to distrusting the banks? Yeah, I tell you, you know, I'll tell you who distrusted the banks. They distrusted the banks so hard that they did the Holocaust. That wasn't good. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, it's not surprising to me. This crypto shit's long had a pretty big, like, far right bent to it, but I want to watch the thing. Okay, that's my intro. I'm just saying, like, that's the setup. Maybe he'll go into it in the video. I don't know. I'm just, you know, yeah.
Absurdist references present in Bored Ape Yacht Club are glaringly obvious to the in-crowd and are invisible to anyone who isn't terminally online. I might as well be speaking a different language if I don't prime you on every aspect of this elaborate cipher. Combine this with Bored Ape Yacht Club being valued at over $1 billion, and you have yourself the gold medalists of the Troll Olympics.
Probably not anymore, right? Didn't crypto values crash, like, right when this thing, yeah.
I had my doubts about all of this. That was until I spoke with one of the top creative directors and internet artists in the world, who is an expert of internet culture, 4chan, and trolling. An artist who has worked with Kanye West, Grimes, and Tame Impala, among other creative projects that you've definitely seen. January 2022, a website goes live called GordonGoner.com. Signed at the very bottom was the signature of Ryder Ripps. Ryder Ripps is eccentric and is a trendsetter in every regard. He created the Deal With It meme, Dump FM, Internet Archaeology, and V-Files. When it comes to the internet, Ryder Ripps is one of the most innovative artists of our generation. It's no secret that he uses internet culture and the nature of trolling to amplify his artistic messages. If there's anyone to educate others on iconography and the meaning behind art, it's Ryder Ripps. And if I happen to be the founders of an NFT project manipulating the masses into asserting value on racist imagery, I would not fuck with him. For the past 6 months, Ryder Ripps and other researchers have collected all of the data and sources that highlight Bored Ape Yacht Club's successful but depraved continued stunt. And I say continued because they still operate unchecked. 4chan is the gutter of the internet. Founded in 2003 by 15-year-old Christopher Moot Poole, this message board serves as a place where internet culture is born, discussed, and destroyed. Users on 4chan typically post as anonymous or anon, as they argue the identity—
Fuck! I'm gonna have to emotionally deal with having things that I know explained to me for a lot of this, aren't I? I know we're trying to get normies on board here. Just, I have to assume a lot of people who watch me aren't like me and were on, like, back when they were 11 years old. So just, everyone, buckle up. We're refreshing our basics if we've been here, and we are learning a lot of really strange shit if we have not been there. All right, let's go.
Of a user adds nothing to conversations at hand. But the collective anonymous culture of the message board has devolved into a degenerate pit of despair. Along with anonymous identities, there is virtually no moderation. As a result of this, threads on 4chan spiral into some of the weirdest and most disturbing—
Oh, one last thing. 4chan's not cool anymore. I know that B has always been shit, okay? But, like, it's not anymore. It used to be. It used to have, there was, like, a genuine, like, schizo-oriented creative spark underneath a lot of it. It's definitely just, like, it's high on its own supply, you know what I mean? Like, it's, people in 4chan know they're on 4chan, so they think that gives their, like, fetid shit posts some legitimacy or artistic value. Nowadays, when most people think of 4chan, like, they don't even think of 4chan, they just think of green text. And most of the green text they think of are reposts from, like, 2011, you know? And now we have that green text bot where it's being done algorithmically and doing a pretty good job of it. So we don't even need 4chan. Finally, we found a way to distill the best part of 4chan without anyone needing to visit or post on 4chan. It's brilliant.
Rabbit holes on the internet. So why even post? Well, as Ryder Rips described to me, trolling is a sport on 4chan. This point alone is necessary in understanding the motive behind Bored Ape Yacht Club. Throughout the internet's history, 4chan has been responsible for trolling mainstream media endlessly. One classic example of this was when 4chan tricked mainstream media into thinking the OK hand symbol signified white power. The media ran with it, and as a result, actual white supremacists adopted it as their own. An internet joke that illuminated a problem with mainstream media, their willingness to post anything, was taken literally, and the meaning of the joke changed forever. Another example of this is comedian Sam Hyde being the ghost of Kiev. Lastly, let's talk about the benefit of the doubt. Imagine all of what I'm about to tell you is one giant coincidence. Somewhere along the grocery list of examples of Bored Ape Yacht Club being one massive alt-right inside joke is a point at which these similarities are no longer coincidences. Let's call this the tipping point. If I bring up one instance that highlights deliberate Nazi, fascist, or alt-right messaging, you may think to yourself, I see it, but that's a reach. So I ask you, what is your number? At what point do all of these examples become crystal clear in front of your eyes? For me, it was just one. First, let's...
I like this. I like this right here. The whole, like, how many, like, weird, coincidental, like, bits of Nazi iconography need to pop up before it, like, means something to you. You know, I like that. I think that's a good question to ask.
Let's talk about the apes as a whole. You don't have to look far on social media to see that many people believe the apes in Bored Ape Yacht Club are inherently racist looking. Remember, they could have picked any animal, object, or thing to make an NFT project. Monkeys? Really? It seems a bit random, but we're dealing with deliberate messaging. This is not a mistake. This is Damon Dash, the founder of Rockefeller Records with Jay-Z.
And then, I don't know if that monkey thing is like, because what's the biggest NFT? The ape. Don't you think that's a little condescending to our culture in a little bit?
We just talking about that.
I feel like, is that a way a nerd is trying to get cute and laugh at us?
We was just talking about that.
Because either way, you should tread lightly with monkey as it relates to our culture, because it's a trigger for us. And they keep doing it. So first I wasn't like, and then I was like, why is everything a gorilla or an ape or a monkey? Why ain't it a penguin or like a panda bear or something? Why is it something that's been used?
As a reflex, I don't know if I agree with this assumption on their part. Obviously, there's like a lot of cultural baggage to anthropomorphizing monkeys for reasons that you're all probably aware of. There are going to be people who are hypersensitive to it. It is worth pointing out, though, that when it comes to stuff like this, hypersensitivity often ends up being right, even if by accident, you know? Like, not gonna lie, especially when you're online and you've been, like, watching shit unfold for long enough, sometimes you just get a feeling, and like, after the fact, you get enough puzzle pieces to fit together the story, but right at the moment, it's like, that seems a bit weird, you know? And then, like, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with them, like, thinking about it, you know? Like, talking about it? Yeah. No, for sure, Vermin, yeah.
You know, disrespect us for years. So I don't know, you know? Yeah. And when language is difficult for a creative, that leaves a lot of room for exploitation. You know, so that means a lot of people that can understand may take advantage of those creators that don't want to understand.
Do you guys realize, for the last 2 years, they got black people to invest in monkeys and dogs while making fun of us and taking our money from us? But Doge was going to the moon. When y'all get done, go look at Bored Ape Yacht Club and go see the imagery of how it's connected to Nazism. It's damn near the same imagery, but they know we won't study long enough to say, and now look how many billions of dollars they made off of us and our culture, and then the music industry gonna come in with more NFTs and continue to rob us. All we need is us.
The reason people have made this conclusion is because of something called simianization. This refers to comparing ethnic groups to an ape or monkey. Simianization has been used throughout history to put others down in order to dehumanize them. You will see exactly how Bored Ape Yacht Club uses simianization to convey racist themes and undertones. But first, we must understand the culture in which these apes were born. In 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club was launched on April 30th. Which is the exact day that Hitler died. The launch of Bored Ape Yacht Club was actually on the 23rd with a week-long pre-sale, and they sold out before the 30th. However, they made it a point to tell the New Yorker that it was the 30th. I have shown this picture to various artists. This is Bored Ape Yacht Club's main logo that they use across all of their branding and social media accounts. Not too bad, right? How about now? Most of them laugh uncomfortably in sheer...
I'm sorry, that's just very funny. This looks innocent, right?
How about now? Most of them laugh uncomfortably in sheer disbelief. The audacity to do this is mind-blowing. It does not take a genius to see that this Bored Ape Yacht Club logo is a direct copy of the Toten Kaf.
Yeah, this is, by the way, this is inarguable. Whatever your position is on whether this is like hysteria or over-exaggeration, this is denying that this is a direct pull is delusional. It's very obviously, yeah. There's no way around that.
The skull and bones represents death and was used by both Prussia and Nazi Germany as a military emblem representing death heads. I only mention Prussia because that will play out later when we examine some of the bored apes. Both logos.
This is his only good evidence in the entire video? Oh, well then I guess we'll see.
Logos also have 18 teeth. If you're unfamiliar, the alt-right white supremacists and neo-Nazis love alphanumeric code. The number 18 is a symbol of hate. More specifically, it's alphanumeric code for the initials of Adolf Hitler. 1 being A, 8 being H. One thing to note is that both logos...
Man, is it really... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 18, yep. 1, 2, 3... 12, 18. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Just wanted to make sure. Didn't want to take it for granted.
Also have a rough edge, which is uncommon in circular emblems. It's just another characteristic that demonstrates they knew what they were copying. Bored Ape Yacht Club was created by a company called Yuga Labs. Like everything in this project, the name has meaning. A little bit about us to start off the new year and what's coming. What's the inspiration behind the name Yuga Labs? We're nerds, and Yuga is the name of a villain in Zelda whose ability is that he can turn himself and others into 2D art. It made sense for an NFT company. When I heard this, I was confused. I've played just about every Legend of Zelda game, and I could not remember for the life of me who Yuga was. You see, Yuga is a boss in The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, the 17th installment of the Zelda franchise available only on the Nintendo 3DS. If you're a self-proclaimed nerd or gamer, you wouldn't source your name from the most obscure Zelda game ever, let alone a game for the 3DS. Everyone knows that Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and even Breath of the Wild are the greatest games in the franchise. I could believe Ganon Labs, after the main antagonist throughout the entire series, Ganondorf, but Yuga? I'm not buying it. There is a specific reason they picked the name Yuga. On Yuga Labs' website...
Wait, didn't they say they picked Yuga because the magic made art, like 2D art of a thing? Wouldn't... Okay, let me look this up. Hold on. Yuga, Zelda. Main antagonist, Link Between Worlds. The ability to turn people into two-dimensional portraits. Yeah, this seems like a reach. I never played this Zelda. If their ability is literally to turn things into 2D images, that seems like a pretty compelling link, other than whatever alphanumeric. No, I'll let him finish. I'm just watching.
They pay homage to another project called the Hash Masks. This project was made by a Swiss company known as Suumkuik Labs. This phrase, meaning to each their own, was on the gate of the Buchenwald concentration camp. This phrase was also used on the face of Prussian helmets. And Yuga Labs loved Suumkuik so much that they even took their exact...
Holy shit, okay, we're breakneck pace. Give me a second here, okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, just...
...project called the Hash Masks. This project was made by a...
Okay, they made a project called the Hash Masks.
A Swiss company known as Suumkuik Labs. This phrase, meaning to each their own, was on the gate of the Buchenwald concentration camp.
To each their own, or to each what he deserves. Jedem de seine, over the Buchenwald concentration camps. Okay. This has resulted in use of the phrase being considered controversial in modern Germany. Wait, they said a Swiss company, right? In Switzerland, don't they speak German primarily? Like, they're right next to Germany and they speak German primarily? Anything that's culturally taboo in Germany with this language would probably also be... Yeah, if something is considered culturally iffy in Germany, it probably would be in Swiss as well. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Okay.
This phrase was also used on the face of Prussian helmets, and Yuga Labs loved Suumkuik so much that they even took their exact terms of service. Yuga has an entirely different meaning. The phrase Kali Yuga stems from Hinduism, and it refers to an age of conflict or darkness.
What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
This is Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird shit that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Guder Damarang, Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in cultures. Like, they go through these pitches, these ups and downs.
The earliest mention of this phrase in internet culture was on September 11th, 2014, by an anonymous user on 4chan, in response to people being upset over Gamergate. Anon replied, "I know it is dark at times, but you just gotta learn to enjoy it, man. Embrace being the bad guy. Surf the Kali Yuga." Since then, the phrase spread like wildfire among the alt-right. First, it was made into a t-shirt by Vincent Vauquelin, who founded the French Dissent, an alt-right political party that operated from 2011 to 2021. Apparently, alt-right meme merch went hard, and the new design of the shirt in 2016 featured a toting kaf. And in 2019, a Telegram group called Kali Yuga Surfing Club was created. See anything weird here? The Kali Yuga is one of the cornerstones of traditionalist ideology that was preached by René Guénon, a French occultist and philosopher.
Yeah, I have to say, his little bit there where he says, like, a real Zelda fan would pull a reference from one of these games rather than the obscure one, that really weakened the argument. If he just said, yeah, and it's true, Yuga does have a power that turns things into 2D images, but consider this, and then led into all this, that would have been so much stronger. I feel like a lot of people are legit just going to break off the argument. Like, they're going to stop, like, they're going to tune out, like, right there. And I agree, it is a really dumb thing to say. Like, you could lead into this way better, I think. But yeah, like, that doesn't take away from this info.
Philosopher who is credited for introducing the Kali Yuga to the West. During his life, Guénon moved to Egypt, became Muslim, and preached traditionalism, which consisted of extreme anti-Semitism and an admiration for ancient societies, which included hierarchies of class and gender. Guénon and Italian-born Nazi sympathizer Julius Evola are both revered and memed on 4chan. You'll find threads in the literature and political boards placing these two on a pedestal and recommending their works for a sense of woke pseudo-intellectualism. Often messages will be left with PBUH, which means peace be upon him, a common Arabic phrase. You see, surfing the Kali Yuga manifested itself on Pol. It became a repeated phrase and dog whistle among users. In fact, embracing the darkness, or surfing the Kali Yuga, is a phrase that the alt-right has adopted in order to communicate a sense of collective. This might melt your brain, but stay with me. It's impossible to show the masses exactly what the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are doing without understanding.
Wasn't Evola a proto-fascist? Yeah, these were all... The men they're showing here, the historical figures, are monsters. The Surf the Kali Yuga thing, basically, to them, just means, like, you know, the West is collapsing, like, you need to be, like, the strong one who will pick up the rubble. Like, it's, you know... Holy hell, this is also terminally online. Well, to be fair, the video did warn that. So, yeah, translation, burn it all down, yeah.
Chan culture, or how 4chan acts as a think tank and hive mind. One of the worst aspects of Chan culture is pseudo-intellectualism. What you have is a bunch of trolls who haven't seen the light of day, that have collectively convinced themselves they are based, woke, and have the answers to this world. They find solace in knowing specific information compared to normal people, or normies. This is why it's considered esoteric. As a result of this, you have pockets of deranged people who study old texts, scriptures, and societies in order to extract archaic values and worship them. The founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club are terminally online, smart assholes. I hate to admit it. The founders are clever. And I mean really fucking clever. The four founders are Gordon Goner, Emperor Tomato Ketchup, Gargamel, and No Sass. You may be wondering, why do they all have obscure Xbox Live gamer tags? Well, if you think this is innocent, you're not ready for this. Number 1. Emperor Tomato Ketchup, Karim Adelaide, software engineer. On the surface, Emperor Tomato Ketchup sounds like a Fortnite skin. In reality, Emperor Tomato Ketchup is the name of a 1971 film that is banned across the world for containing child pornography. It's about children overthrowing adults and establishing their own supremacy, in which a young boy in a fascist uniform sexually assaults a grown woman. And if you were to ask Tomato himself, he would say he got the name from a Stereolab album, which got its name from the film. Another example of plausible deniability. Number 2, Gargamel. Greg Solano, MFA in writing. If anyone is familiar with the Smurfs, then the name Gargamel might ring a bell. Gargamel is the antagonist who turns sentient beings into money. He is widely known as an anti-Semitic depiction of a Jewish stereotype. And as Ryder Rips pointed out, 4chan also uses the term Gargamel to describe Jewish people. A reoccurring theme that you'll notice is that this entire umbrella of Bored Ape Yacht Club trolling stems from 4chan behavior, which is based on inserting enough absurdity to create plausible deniability. Gargamel is smart, but he's a little sloppy. According to his Reddit post history, he posted a 4chan crypto meme before Bored Ape Yacht Club was even live yet, confirming that he's at least aware of the culture or uses 4chan. Greg Solano, or Gargamel, was a literature major in college and wrote his thesis paper on 2666, which is a book that takes place in Nazi Germany with a main character named after Nazi SS doctor Hans Reiter. He even expressed on his now defunct blog that he wanted to write a fiction novel that blends real history with imaginative events, which is similar to Roberto Bolaño's 2666. This could be a stretch, but I'm reminded here of your writing backgrounds. Do you think there's any parallel between your big conceptual breakthrough to design NFTs for what interests you, not some target demo, and the idea that in writing, sometimes the best stuff comes from channeling what you really want to see, not what some theoretical reader wants? Gargamel says, ever since the Bored Ape Yacht Club, we've seen like 1,000 different avatar collections come up, and a lot of them are really cool. But what we think was special, and what people could kind of read on top of ours, is that we didn't just throw 3D glasses onto apes. And we didn't have a long essay on exactly what this was, but we knew what it was. It's like Wittgenstein's let the unutterable be conveyed unutterably, or Hemingway's iceberg theory. We knew what this
Holy fuck, you can these are the perfect 4chan pseudo-intellectuals, dude. Holy shit. You can find them if you go on 4chan. They're all over the place.
World was and why the apes are this way, and that somebody else might get a little tingle on their neck looking at it, thinking, yeah, this is kind of different. This isn't just random. In this interview, Gargamel literally just confirmed that Bored Ape Yacht Club is his medium for creative writing. First, the quote is cryptic, but it makes a lot of sense given the context of this project. Let the unutterable be conveyed unutterably. Dog whistles, hidden meanings, fiction writing. Nah, man, they're just apes with 3D glasses. You don't understand crypto. In this statement, Gargamel quotes Ludwig Wittgenstein, an Austrian Jewish philosopher believed to have been the boy who went to school with Adolf Hitler from 1903 to 1904. According to writer Kimberly Cornish in The Jew of Linz, she alleges that Hitler alludes to a Jewish boy who is believed to be Wittgenstein in Mein Kampf. Wittgenstein's entire body of work consists of cipher, cryptology, and solving puzzles, similar to how Bored Ape Yacht Club is one massive puzzle design.
Okay, I don't know how exactly we're framing this, but Wittgenstein is very not. This is a stretch. Wittgenstein is a very influential linguist and philosopher. I don't know. I think the whole him maybe being in school with Hitler thing isn't true. Though even if it isn't true, that doesn't mean that Gargamel couldn't think it's true. It doesn't have to be true for the association to exist. I'll let him continue.
Designed to be cracked for the sole purpose of stroking their twisted fanfiction writing boner. Second, he states Hemingway's iceberg theory, which describes exactly what they're doing. Iceberg theory itself is also a 4chan meme. Greg Solano also has written a book titled The Cinematic Art of World of Warcraft. To say he isn't a sucker for fantasy would be a flat-out lie. We know that Gargamel is a creative fantasy writer. We know that he wrote his thesis paper on a Nazi story, and we know that he wanted to create something similar, blending real and fake events. He literally quoted Ludwig Wittgenstein and iceberg theory, confirmed that there is hidden meaning, and that everything is delivered in Bored Ape Yacht Club. Prior to Bored Ape Yacht Club, Greg Solano even stated he wanted to create a Lovecraftian-themed NFT project. And if you know anything about Lovecraft, he was a notorious white supremacist, often weaving his prejudices as the basis for his stories. The frustration that Ryder Rips and others have felt, myself included, with the public's perception of this criticism is immense. You can't begin to educate people on this when they're too ignorant to realize that—
Yeah, okay, the problem I have is that sometimes, like, if you have a bad argument, you shouldn't include it, you know? This is like the earlier thing with the, like, better or more popular Zelda games. The Wittgenstein thing and the Lovecraft thing, like, Wittgenstein's association with Hitler, I don't think that's a good thing to pull. Additionally, with this right now, lots of people like Lovecraft. Like, obviously, yes, he is a white supremacist, but this would be like saying, like, like somebody has a, I don't know, like a Cirque du Soleil, like, banner image for their Twitter profile, and it's like, when Cirque du Soleil was founded by known white supremacist Wonderbieter von Wonderschmidt, you know, or something like that, you know, or, yeah, like, I feel if you're being too speculative, it can make it seem like, it's like, well, this person likes this thing, and this person likes, and then so, like, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, we're back at Hitler. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
That they're being played. Bored Ape Yacht Club, in a way, is a social experiment in making fun of people who are easily influenced.
But Lovecraft stories were depictions of his white supremacy. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, Lovecraft has moved beyond Lovecraft. Like, everyone loves Bloodborne. Or if he said he liked Bloodborne, would it be like Bloodborne is inspired by Lovecraft's work? Lovecraft, known white supremacist. Like, you can, like, there are limits, I think, to the associations you can pull, you know? I have literally said that I would like to, like, write something Lovecraftian, you know? I'm just saying, like, the more highly speculative stuff you throw out there, the more it seems to cheapen your other arguments in the eyes of other people. Not for me, of course. My brain is massive, and I'm very rational.
Crypto bros and everyone who sucks off technocrats included. It is a commentary on the number going up forever for the Wag Me crowd, which lives by the slogan, "We're all going to make it." This is a very real sentiment shared by thousands of people on the internet, which the founders of this project have profited off of immensely. All it took was celebrity worship, proper funding, fueled by a dystopian political agenda to get fascist propaganda on the world stage. Let me be clear, I'm not saying buzzwords just to say them. This is what's happening. 3. Gordon Goner, or Wiley Arano, also a creative writer. The third founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Gordon Goner, the same name Ryder used for the website, piecing this all together. This was done for SEO purposes, so that when you type in Gordon Goner on Google, Ryder's website pops up first. In an interview with Wiley from 2014, he stated, "The only book that I don't like is Mein Kampf, but I haven't read it." When asked innocently about—
Wait, why did they show these? Why did he show this? This made it. The editing made it seem like this was the website. Like his website contains him making an argument that his own thing is racist.
Up first. In an interview with Wiley from 2014, he stated, "The only book that I don't like is Mein Kampf, but I haven't read it." When asked innocently about books, he resorted to making Hitler jokes. Yeah, there's probably nothing to see here, right? This is just more—
Man, I could give that answer, though. Are there any books that you don't like? Yeah, Mein Kampf. Like, yeah, I don't. It's edgy, but.
Proof that Wiley's attempt at edgy humor dates back to 2014. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Gordon Goner stated he chose the name because it sounded like Joey Ramone, lead singer of the Ramones. It should be known that Bored Ape Yacht Club's connection to the Rolling Stone is not random. It's through Neil Strauss, author of The Game, who is apparently writing about the subculture of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Gordon Goner is a full-phrase anagram for Drongo Negro. Drongo is Australian slang for stupid, and Negro means black. Drongo is also tossed around on 4chan and Reddit. It's not simply a random word. It is also conveniently a species of black bird. Another example of—
Well, negro is Spanish for black, so... Okay.
Of a hyper-specific double-meaning term or phrase in Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's not much else—
No, wait, okay. This is not how you would assess the probability of this would only be this would only be the probability you would be assessing if this is the only possible like anagram of a racist thing that you could arrive at, as opposed to like any possible combination of no. Is this person even Australian? The guy? Oh, okay, hold on.
A hyper-specific double-meaning term or phrase in Bored Ape Yacht Club. There's not much else known about Wiley Arano, aka Gordon Goner, besides loose leads that allege he's a crypto-fascist, and his dad is literally Don Arano, portrayed by John Travolta in Speed Kills. Both Gargamel and Gordon Goner are writers and creatives, according to the CEO of Yuga Labs, Nicole Muniz.
Can you take me back to the origin story of Bored Ape Yacht Club?
It was almost exactly a year ago. Garga, who's one of the founders, texted Gordon with, "Hey, let's make a NFT." So Garga and Gordon were both really into crypto. They were really active in the community, but they are writers. That's actually their background. They are storytellers, they're creatives, and so like
Who is this?
crypto
I
was this
don't
thing
know.
that like they were
The video person didn't really introduce her.
fascinated by, and they like loved, but they were never able to actively participate in.
Right. There was a barrier to entry,
Exactly,
right?
exactly, because it was technical.
Yeah.
And they're not technical. They're They're writers, they're creatives, they're storytellers. Like that's what they do.
So it's entirely critical that you understand the context of anything. So the issue with Bored Ape Yacht Club is that they're not providing any context. The context that they provided is that literally it's meaningless. They said that these are just apes in a swamp who like drawing penises on a penis wall. That's the official story of Bored Ape Yacht Club from the mouth of Nicole, the CEO. Like, that's it. Like, end. Done. Like, there's nothing else.
They called me with like, hey, we're gonna do this thing, and like, you know, just explaining the idea. And I kind of giggled and was like, oh yeah, I mean, but people are just gonna draw penises. And that was it. Like, I was just like, I didn't think anything of it. We hung up, but like the stupid thing that I said that I never would have thought about transformed into, well, what if they do draw penises?
Yeah.
And where do people draw penises? And, you know, it turned into, well, it's a bathroom.
Right.
You know, it's a toilet stall. And it's a dive bar. And, but it's not a dive bar. It's a yacht club. It's a dive bar. But it's in a swamp. And it's gonna be this like future vision of Miami.
What?
And, you know, it's
Is
all
there a
these,
gas
like, bored
leak?
apes.
This is what it's like talking to like tech people. I swear to God, like tech adventure capitalists or venture capitalists. Yeah.
And they just created this like story and this world.
Let's play a game of I Spy. The cover of this Rolling Stone art is a direct reference to Hieronymus Bosch, who painted pictures like these in order to hide things in them. Spot the racist dog whistle. Ape hands are a racist dog whistle, alluding to the practice of Belgian King Leopold II cutting off Congolese hands for...
Okay, hold on. Okay, there is a ape hand, also known as a monkey's paw. Like a monkey's paw. Like the mystical object that grants wishes at a cost. There are lots of cultural references to monkey's paws out. Okay.
Ape hands are a racist dog whistle, alluding to the practice of Belgian King Leopold II cutting off Congolese hands for punishment in not working hard enough to produce rubber. The Congolese then started cutting off fellow African hands as it became a currency valuable to the Belgians in itself. Never underestimate the ability for Bored Ape Yacht Club founders to be this demented. Let's try this again. This is footage of the Bored Ape Yacht Club video game.
Okay. That seems... Again, I know the point of dog whistling is that it's supposed to be a stretch, but, you know, is this the same hat? I feel like the buckle on the front here is pretty distinctive. This is the same hat. It has this, like it has like a knot here instead of the emblem, but this strap across the front seems like a pretty... It's a typical safari hat. It's a pith hat. Let me see. A pith hat. Pith helmet. Lightweight. Okay, I see. They all have this type of buckle in the front. What is that? What is that for? Often worn by European travelers and explorers in varying climates found in Southeast Asia. Damn, dude. So this is just a type of hat? It's not even... I was wondering if this was like something very specific to like the Belgian like occupational forces under King Leopold. If this is just like a general type of hat, this association becomes a lot more ambiguous. See? In fact, this looks more like the one... See, it has that knot thing in the front. This looks pretty much exactly the same. It's highly associated with it, but it's still reach. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I don't know. It's just a safari hat. I don't know. And by the way, I don't think that this whole thing is just coincidental, by the way. These could very well be dog whistles. I think he provided compelling evidence to assume that the first and second people that he mentioned are Nazis, or at the very least crypto-fascists. The first and second of the 4 guys that he tied to the founders, I think the evidence that he provided to indicate that they're far right is sufficient. I'm buying that, you know? And that's all you need. having two people in your founding thing admitting that you like hiding stuff in plain sight, and then going forward and having a bunch of like weird coincidences, like that's enough, you know. However, there's a difference between evidence which is being presented as like this is why I think they're Nazis, and evidence that's being presented as like, well, here's something that a Nazi might do now that you understand that there are Nazis who made this. Does that make sense? There's a difference between this is original evidence to the first point, and this is supplemental to the first pieces of evidence given towards that point. You know, whatever. I'm just laying out my thought process.
Is demented. Let's try this again. This is footage of the Bored Ape Yacht Club video game. See anything interesting? What's up with these bananas? Why is the bushel of bananas conveniently shaped like a swastika? 4. Sass. Zeishan Ali, software engineer. The fourth founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Sass, and going off the theme of hidden meanings throughout their entire project, this is also deliberate. SA is the abbreviation for Sturm.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give credit here where I didn't expect to. I've seen a lot of boomerangs and shurikens thrown around in video games. These ones look more like swastikas than most. That's all. You know, that's all I'm saying. You know, again, it could be whatever. I'm just saying that of the many spinny weapon things that I've seen in the many video games that I've played, these ones are quite a bit closer looking to swastikas than any I've ever seen before. That's all. I was just saying, you know. Yeah, they could have had 3 bananas or 5 bananas, but there are 4. You know, and they do form a square with their proportions. Yeah.
4. Sass. Zeishan Ali, software engineer. The fourth founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Sass, and going off the theme of hidden meanings throughout their entire project, this is also deliberate. SA is the abbreviation for Sturmabteilung, and SS for the Schutzstaffel.
Okay, well, hold on. Oh boy, okay.
Conveniently shaped like a swastika. 4. Sass. Zeishan Ali, software engineer. The fourth founder of Bored Ape Yacht Club goes by Sass, and going off the theme of hidden meanings throughout their entire project, this is also deliberate. SA is the abbreviation for Sturmabteilung, and SS for the Schutzstaffel. SAS, or SASS, is the combination of the 2 primary Nazi military divisions. There are 2 possibilities that explain the behavior.
That is very, very, yeah.
Behavior of the founders. Number 1 is easy. They are neo-Nazis. Number 2 is a bit more complex, and Ryder believes we need new terms to describe what's happening. In other words, this is an internet troll's wet dream. Post-ironic racism on the world stage. This means that this is a meme, but it doesn't look like one because there's nothing to indicate otherwise. This can also be described as—
I mean, if you have to do like 100 layers deep to understand some of these references, do they even matter? Obviously, I don't think we should just buy anything, but it is important to do stuff like this. You realize if crypto had taken off the way they wanted to, or hell, still might, you know, people like this are literally going to be the architects of the future of finance if they get what they want. I mean, Bored Ape Yacht Club stuff was being promoted by massive celebrities, you know, very powerful people. This degree of skepticism is warranted because you never want to wake up one day and realize, like, oh, yeah, some of the architects of the global financial system, they were actually neo-Nazis, and this was all a big Nazi ploy, and good luck now. You know, I think that skepticism is important because Nazis, being cowards, don't, like, communists don't do this, okay? Communists will not shut the fuck up. I swear to God. Any, like, business venture a communist wants to engage on will be called, like, the People's Unions Republics of the People's Citizens Militia of the... And it'll be all red and gold, you know. We cannot shut up. We're constitutionally incapable of shutting up. But Nazis do love symbology, cryptology, and dog whistles. They do. This is well known. It's been the case for decades, even before the internet. So given that, I think that skepticism is critically important, and please do not interpret my varying levels of acceptance of all these pieces of evidence as an indication that I am disregarding the central premise of this document, nor as an indication, you know, that I that I think that you should engage in like unlimited leeway when it comes to you know, looking into these things. Again, like I said, the first two of the 4 people listed here, as far as I'm concerned, a convincing argument was made for them being crypto-Nazis.
As Poe's law, it's impossible to know if someone is joking unless they add an LOL at the end of a message to indicate how it's supposed to be perceived. In other words, Bored Ape Yacht Club founders are layering on the irony of troll behavior to the point where it's just doomed. The best way I can describe it is beating a dead horse until the horse comes alive again and then dies again from the irony. February 4th, 2022, Katie Natopoulos, a writer at BuzzFeed, wrote an article covering the identities of the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club. And where exactly do you think she got her information from? Grider Rips. However, she stated, Solano and Arano don't appear to have any particular red flags, which, as we know, is a flat-out lie. Pressured by Guy Osseri.
Wait, Solano and Arano are the 3rd and 4th of the 4 people, right? So this one's, they're referring to the 3rd and the 4th one? So wouldn't this kind of be a reaffirmation of what I've said, that the evidence is compelling for 1 and 2, but not so much for 3 and 4? Or is she referring to 2 and 3? I forget the names. I only remember the tags. The ones that I think you could make a good argument for being Nazis are the tomato one, the one whose name is after Nazi child porn, okay? And the second one, the Gargamel one. Those are the 2 that I'm thinking of when I think, like, a compelling argument has been made.
Flags, which, as we know, is a flat-out lie. Pressured by Guy Osseri, Kate Natopoulos ran a softball story in an effort to save face. The more degenerative side of 4chan, including white nationalists, enjoy participating in the cult of Kek, a metaphorical, fictitious religion that worships Pepe the Frog.
Cringe.
Think of it as a tribe on 4chan who considers everyone else not in the know as normies. They wave the Kekistan flag, which is an exact ripoff of Prussia and Nazi Germany's Wehrmacht symbol. Their mission? Troll the liberals at all costs through meme warfare. By having shared symbolism and jokes, it is a way to communicate or dog whistle to other members that they, quote, embrace the principles of chaos and destruction that are central to alt-right thinking. The term Kek originated from World of Warcraft. When a Horde player types LOL to an alliance, LOL is then translated into gibberish spelling out Kek. This is because the 2 opposing factions in the game can't communicate with each other unless they are on the same faction. It just so happens that Kek is an Egyptian god that looks like a human with a frog head. Hence, Pepe. And guess what Kek was the god of? Darkness and chaos. Sound familiar? Surfing the Kali Yuga was not the only...
This does sound like schizo posting, but this is actually accurate. No, I know it sounds like schizo posting, but having been online for the, like, development of the whole Kekistani whatever, this actually, all of this may sound completely psycho, but this is straightforwardly what happened, yeah. So I know, I'm just pointing out, I understand this sounds ridiculous, but yes, no, that actually is, that is what happened, yeah. It's not even hidden, that's just what happened. Just, okay. Yeah.
Surfer innuendo that the alt-right adopted.
Yeah, it may sound like schizo posting, but you have to remember that the people on 4chan are schizos. So it, you know, just keep that in mind. You know, this is crazy. Well, so are they. So, you know, it makes a little bit of sense.
As lingo. In fact, they also use the word cowabunga to signify their alt-right beliefs to fellow members of the alt-right. It just so happens that one of Bored Ape's founder's wife had this exact lingo in her bio, which has now been deleted. And in September 2021, Bored Ape Yacht Club challenged the internet with a series of puzzles. Whoever cracked the secret codes would receive a Bored Ape Kennel Club NFT, a Bored Ape NFT, a Mutant Serum NFT, and 10 Ethereum. At the time, the value of these prizes added up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This puzzle will demonstrate just how far the creators of Bored Ape Yacht Club are willing to go in order to play out their racist fantasy. This information is taken directly from this user's post on Medium. This whole puzzle started with a single stealthy tweet. Somebody left a strange note at the bar. The image contains a message, "Come find me below," with the ciphertext of *U8JJ6. This is a keyboard cipher, where if you look at the keys below each letter on a keyboard, you see that it spells /Jimmy. Entering this after BoredApeYachtClub.com will take you to a new page, and you are able to load a puzzle game. Jimmy the Monkey is back on his bullshit again. In the clubhouse, the game is a 2D screen where you can click on rooms and interact with various objects. Most of the rooms contained a puzzle. The boat room contains a single interactable object in the room, which is a wall of dancing men. If you know a bit about ciphers, it's fairly quick to recognize that this is a dancing man cipher. The dancing man cipher is from Sherlock Holmes. Decoding the cipher reveals the following message. This isn't a puzzle clue. Suck on a banana, bozo. Love, Jimmy. This seemed to be a troll as it was not used in the final solution. The party room has two interactable objects in it. The first object is a dog collar with the numbers 0010 on it. This is just the ID number for the exact NFT that you would win if you were to crack the puzzle. The second object is a party poster containing song lyrics. The puzzle gives a selection of song lyrics sorted in alphabetical order by word, with one of the words being replaced by the word monkey. Solving this puzzle involves taking each lyric word bank, identifying the song, and figuring out which part of the song the lyrics are referencing. You sort each word in that set of the lyrics in ABC order and figure out what word has been replaced with monkey.
So far, everything here sounds like a fairly standard online puzzle hunt. Just to say, like, obviously it sounds psychotic, but this, yeah, the ARG, yeah, this all seems like you know, fairly reasonable. I'm just saying, you know, pay attention. We haven't gotten to the weird part yet.
This results in the following troll message. Wasted your time on this one, stupid apes. Entering the pool area presents you with two puzzles, one located on the inflatable duck in the pool and the other on a drink menu located next to the bar. This puzzle presents a list of duck-themed clues and their answer length. Going through and solving all of the clues results in the list below. With this answer set, reading the first letter of each answer gives the phrase cocktails are shaken, which is a clue for the puzzle located next to the bar. Using the hint from the previous puzzle, we now know that this menu list is an anagram of cocktails. In addition, the text at the bottom of the menu indicates something extra was added to the drinks, hinting to there likely being an extra letter not used in the cocktail anagram. With there being 26 menu items, it seemed highly likely the extra letters or the cocktails used every letter A to Z for ordering when done. It is quickly realized all the cocktails start with a unique letter A to Z that, when put in order and reading the extra letters, gives orange liqueur used in spritz. Final answer, Aperol. Upon entering the kitchen, a sheet can be found lying next to the sink. This puzzle provides instructions on what to do. Begin by identifying the dishes that are clued on the left and filling out the blanks on the right. The extracted letters, highlighted yellow on the sheet, spell the phrase Gibraltar's Barbary, which is referencing a specific monkey that lives on Gibraltar, the Barbary macaque. Final answer, macaque. In the library, you can start by clicking on the bust on the top of the shelf, which contains a puzzle scroll. This puzzle is a Mad Gab style puzzle as hinted by the title, Bust Dan Dush Elf, which, when read aloud, sounds like bust on a shelf. You can make 4 Mad Gab style phrases using one word from each column on the scroll. The output of each Mad Gab is its own clue to a word. This final output is yet again a Mad Gab where ooze 6 ciphers can be read as use 6 ciphers, a hint for the bookshelf puzzle. When you click on the bookshelf next to the fireplace, it shows you an enlarged version of the bookshelf. This bookshelf contains many different patterns throughout. As you start to group the patterns together, you will discover there are 6 separate puzzles using 6 different ciphers, as hinted in the previous puzzle contained in the shelf items. The monkey hands. There are 6 hands throughout the shelves using American Sign Language to spell weapon. Naval flags. There are 6 international maritime signal flags throughout the shelves that spell Nassau. 5-bit binary. There are 6 groups of books colored orange and green. These books are 5-bit binary, which provides 10010, 00101, 00001, 10011, 01111, 01110. These can be converted to their decimal equivalent of 1851, 19, 15, 14, which can then be further converted to letters to read reason. Clocks. There are 6 clocks through the shelves. Each clock face has a different time, with both hands clearly visible. Using the clock hands as a flag semaphore, you can obtain the letters to spell salute. Book titles. There are some books facing forward with their titles clearly visible, and after reading through the titles, you will notice some of the words are from the NATO alphabet. Echo, Mike, Bravo, Romeo, Yankee, Oscar, and when you extract the first letter of each NATO word, it will spell embryo. Morse code. Between each of the bookshelves is a repeating pattern of a lighter color. Each shelf is a separate letter spelled using Morse code. If you decode the Morse for each shelf, it will spell analog. Now that we have all the words extracted, we need to extract the final answer. Looking at the words for a moment, it can be seen that the first letter of each word can spell answer when ordered correctly. Since the first letter spelled answer, we extracted the last letters to see if it provides an answer to the puzzle. The extract is Guanan, which is a breed of old world monkey, and it's the name of Rene Guanan. The game room contained 2 objects you can interact with. The first one is a game called
French intellectual who remains an influential Eastern metaphysical doctrines. The proto-fascist from earlier? Okay, just making sure that I'm caught up. All right. Right.
The game room contained 2 objects you can interact with. The first one is a game called Jimmy the Asshole, which, after some playing, didn't appear to contain a puzzle. The second one is the game room puzzle. The flavor text for the puzzle is, there are lots of games to play here if you can figure out the rules. It also has some pictures of Hangman and Tic-Tac-Toe. These are big hints for what you are looking for and what the solution is going to be. The solution for this puzzle involved taking each puzzle string and figuring out the puzzle rules that encoded the text. Here is one example. There are a lot of P's, so we want to analyze that first. You start by separating each line by P. We are looking for game-related words, so we can guess the 2 words here are card and canasta. With these 2, we can deduce that the rule for this puzzle is to replace the first letter with P, which can then be reversed from the cipher, which gives the following clue: card worth 50 in canasta. The answer to this clue is Joker. However, we aren't done here just yet. Now we need to apply the same rule we discovered, replace first letter with P, to this answer to get a new answer out related to games. Applying the rule to Joker results in poker, the actual solution to this puzzle line. Here is the rest. Taking the first letter from each solution, you get the following phrase: Drooper's apartment pal. Drooper is a character from the Banana Splits, and his apartment pal is Bingo. Bingo is an ape, so we can confidently determine the answer is Bingo. The attic is one of the more difficult puzzles, and before we dive into it, we first have to talk about the skeleton in the crawl space. The skeleton in the crawl space has a bunch of 3-letter phrases and some numbers, with the flavor text of NTH plus EAT. We know that we're trying to combine the phrases to spell.
Okay, I admire the effort that's being put into recreating these apparently quite difficult puzzles. I will say, however, that even having been told about all of them, my dog whistle alarm isn't really ringing that at all. I mean, you had a type of monkey who shared a name with the fascist, but apart from that, yeah, my I guess dog whistle alarm, yeah.
Words with the numbers most likely being the length of each word. There's really no approach other than maybe looking up words that start with or words that end with, but the best place to start was realizing that NTH and EAT were clued as being connected and could spell N, the, at. After that, it is mixing and matching until you get something good out. The output you get is Anastasia Steele really loves the hexes used in the attic. This is a reference to Anastasia Steele from 50 Shades of Grey, which is referencing that the hex color codes in the attic are gray codes. This is basically a second hint for Bought It, which you can see in the attic section below. The attic starts with an image with some pixels and flavor text about having to feel your way around.
Yeah, is all this gonna be like making the N-word? Like hundreds of thousands of people online spent weeks like cryptographically decoding this gigantic puzzle, and they're like, N! You know, like 2 days later, they're like, I! They're all sweating, just like slowly assembling, whatever.
In the dark. This is a reference for being blind and hinting towards the pixels being braille. The phrase you get out of using colored pixels as braille dots: beginners always unlock dim old tones. If you take the first letter of each word as hinted by the word beginners, you get Bought It, which is a type of cipher. This is the one puzzle you can right click and export the image, and it just so happens to be SVG. So we can extract the hex color codes accurately for the next step as hinted by the skeleton puzzle. Extracting all of the binary codes out and removing the lead 0, you get the following. Using Bought It encoding on the binary, you get the following. The only interesting thing we get is Calamar, which is another type of cipher. This suggests that our extract is valid, but the rest of it is cipher text. We can then use the string with a Calamar transposition solver, but without a key, it was just a bunch of guessing words as a key. Solvers of this puzzle got stuck here for a while until it was noticed that attempting some auto solves on the grid, assuming 6 columns instead of 8, resulted in the final 8 letters looking like a scrambled version of Visionaire. Given the first set of data gave us Calamar, and having it almost end with Visionaire now, another type of cipher, was too likely to be a coincidence. Putting some effort in manually with a 6-column assumption, you're able to get the following. Using Calamar key of 412563 or 214563 gives an output that spells Visionaire at the end, giving us the following possible strings. Cutting Visionaire off the end and taking the remaining letters, we try to decrypt the cipher using Visionaire and testing keywords relating to Bored Apes and the puzzle. Eventually, they landed on the following: Australopithecus. At this point, it's time to solve the final solution. Taking the answer from each puzzles and sorting them in ABC, we get the following word.
Yeah, after all this, fuck it, they've earned their racism. Congratulations. This is the highest effort racism that has ever been attempted. You did it. Well done. You've earned it. It is morally just as long as it's predicated by this level of effort. Congratulations. Jesus Christ. You know, this is like somebody stealing a candy bar from a convenience store, and then when the police are chasing them, they hop into their rocket and fly to the moon and live on the moon. It's like, okay. You win. Congratulations.
words: Aperol, Australopithecus, Bingo, Guinan, Macaque. If we examine the answers, we can extract even more information about what they mean. Aperol is an orange liqueur that only got popular after World War II. This answer is different than all the others, considering it is a drink that is meant to be ingested. Going off that theme, perhaps this is a metaphor for taking the red pill, as it sometimes appears red in color. Aperol also just has the word ape in it. Australopithecus. Of all the different possible answers they could have chosen, they landed on Australopithecus. Here's a little anthropology for you. In 1931, Ludwig Cole Larsen joined the Nazi Party and later undertook an expedition to German East Africa in search for a primitive man. In 1938 to 1939, he discovered Australopithecus afarensis at Laetoli without realizing the importance of his find. Ludwig attempted to prove that all people have a common origin, but that African people remained in the state of primitive men, while the Aryan race had developed. Such scholarship was at odds with most anthropological concerns of the day.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just...
Anthropology for you. In 1931, Ludwig Cole Larsen joined the Nazi Party and later undertook an expedition to German East Africa in search.
Okay, I didn't know that Germany had a colony in 1931. They all did? I thought that their colonial territories got broken up and taken over by the other European powers after World War One. No, they didn't. Okay, I just thought that. I guess I know they had a lot. Like Europe had a lot in Africa. I didn't know. Okay, yeah, German East Africa, near Madagascar. Okay.
For a primitive man. In 1938 to 1939, he discovered Australopithecus afarensis at Laetoli without realizing the importance of his find.
That sucks, dude. I didn't realize that Australopithecus had been discovered by a Nazi. Dude, that's such a huge fucking archaeological find. God.
Ludwig attempted to prove that all people have a common origin, but that African people remained in the state of primitive men, while the Aryan race had developed. Such scholarship was at odds with most anthropological concerns of the day in Africa. He then later lost his position as professor in the course of the denazification after the war. Cole Larsen is not highly regarded amongst contemporary East Africanists. Bingo. Bingo the Gorilla is a major yet final antagonist in the 2019 direct-to-video horror comedy film The Banana Splits movie. Bingo and his friends are animatronics created by Carl to entertain children as the Banana Splits. However, after the show is canceled, Bingo and his friends start a killing spree. You want to know something even creepier? What? Bingo only has 3 lines in the movie.
I wonder how the show's gonna end. Time's almost up. Time's almost up.
Bingo's last and most famous words. The only words Bingo ever says sounds just like accelerationism.
Oh, that's a bingo. Is that the way you say it? That's a bingo. You just say bingo. Bingo! How fun!
Guinan has double entendre.
Okay, listen. I will say this much. If this is dog whistling, it is obscure enough that it cannot be effective as a tool for recruitment. I'll just say that much, you know. Stuff like this, if this is attempting to construe a shared language behind the veil, it is too abstract to pull a meaningful... So, I still think that it's valuable to know if the people who made this project are Nazis. I still think that's worthwhile. This stuff here, if it isn't a coincidence, is being done purely for the masturbatory satisfaction of the Nazis. It's not even trolling at this point. At this point, this is the thrill of exhibitionism. This is about tee-hee getting away with it in the public eye in a way that only they can appreciate. So this isn't dog whistling at this point. At this point, the only one who can hear it is them, you know. This is like the equivalent of wearing like rope bondage underneath your clothing and then going to buy groceries, you know? It's like, this is for them. It's the point The point is that they're the ones who are walking around giggling like, ooh, they don't know, you know, but yeah, you understand what I'm talking about here, right? You know what I mean? Would you put it past them though? No. The problem is when we're reaching references this abstract, they are not possible to make strong prescriptive arguments for. If you accept the premise that the founders of the Bored Ape Yacht Club are crypto or like some kind of far right or whatever, the rest of this video is plausible. They're clearly intelligent guys. There's no reason why they couldn't do any of this. And it wouldn't be out of line for the kinds of people who like cryptography and trolling to do something like this. But that's what dog whistling means, though? No, it's not. Dog whistling is creating a shared language with people of a similar political persuasion that isn't recognized by normies. Nobody out there is getting this, except for them. Maybe like 5 other cryptology alt-right nerds, you know? This is for them. This is about exhibitionism, more so than anything. That's not to say this isn't an issue. You know, I still think it's worthwhile to look into it. But this isn't dog whistling. Yeah, like, to give you an example here, and this would be like, imagine if Tucker Carlson were to engage in this level of abstraction while signaling racism, you know? Like, he says, bingo, and then you're like, bingo. That's just like when the guy said it in Inglourious Basterds. And also, Bingo was a character in the 1989 movie where there was a character who the last words that he said was "time's up," and the "time's up" is a reference to accelerationism, which is a component of the Kali Yuga. You know what I mean? Yeah. At this point, it's an Easter egg. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. It's not dog whistling. It's an Easter egg hunt. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's a bingo! Oh no, Vermin, I'm sure like 5 people get this or whatever. I just think it's categorically distinct from dog whistling. It means something else. Again, I'm not speaking ill on the premise of this video. Let's continue.
Tundra, he's the father of traditionalism, bringing the Kali Yuga to the west, and Guanan is also a species of monkey. Macaque also has double entendre. Macaque is a racial slur and a type of monkey. By definition, there is a clear distinction of what type of monkey both Guanan and macaques are. They are part of the Old World classification of monkeys. In 2006, a Virginia senator was called out for using this slur. With close ties to Virginia, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club would definitely be aware of this political disaster.
You too have gotten in trouble with words that you've uttered. Let me bring you back to August 11th. You were at a campaign stop, and a young man who was videotaping it for the web campaign was there also. Let's watch.
This fellow here over here with the yellow shirt, Macaca, or whatever his name is, he's with my opponent. And let's give a welcome to Macaca here. Welcome to America and the real world of Virginia.
And here's the young man, S.R. Siddharth. He's a resident of Virginia, an American citizen, straight-A student at Fairfax High School, now goes to the University of Virginia. Critics say that Macaca is a racist slur, and that you used it because he was dark-skinned. What did you specifically mean?
Where did he get macaque from? I'm not familiar with this. This was before my time.
You said, welcome to America and the real Virginia. Why did you use those words toward a dark-skinned American?
Tim, I made a mistake. I said things thoughtlessly. I've apologized for it as well I should. But there was no racial or ethnic intent to slur anyone. If I had any idea that word, and to some people in some parts of the world was an insult, I would...
Okay, so he used it as a slur, right? So this guy used it as a slur. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have an alternative explanation. He just randomly pulled out, like, an ancient slur, you know? Like, with no other... you know? Yeah. Okay, well... This is the first I'm hearing of it. Yeah, I'd say this might be another Easter egg, folks.
Never do it because it's contrary to what I believe.
Well, where did it come from? It must have been in your
just made up. It's just made up word.
My theory.
Literally, just made up, you know.
that the primate answers of this puzzle are a direct reference to the founders of the project, and Aperol could be seen as the red pill. The Boogaloo Boys were born on the weapon board of 4chan, known as K. Think of them as paramilitary incels, or Chan LARPers. They can be classified by their Hawaiian shirts and absurdist meme styles to make anyone who calls them out look insane. It can be a very effective tactic when trolling. This Bored Ape Yacht—
Whoa! Was that a drum mag?
Insane. It can be a very effective—
Whoa! It looks like a drum mag. What are you doing? What is that, a goddamn Tommy gun? What are you doing? Is that a fucking PPSH? Wait, is it? A groove in the center of the drum mag. Wooden. No, it's not the same gun. It's not the same gun. Maybe something based off of it? I don't know. Whatever. This is totally irrelevant. Yeah. Sorry.
Tactic when trolling. This Bored Ape Yacht Club shirt is an exact Boogaloo Boy Hawaiian shirt used to LARP by 4chan users. This is Ape 1480.
Fuck me. Okay, you gotta let me pause on this. Okay, hold on.
Hawaiian.
That does look like exactly the same shirt. Is Somi KP31? Gotcha. I was just curious. It looks like exactly the same shirt to me. Is it a common print? I have no idea. It's literally just a Hawaiian shirt.
Shirt used to LARP by 4chan users. This is Ape 1488. The number 14 is a neo-Nazi dog whistle. It is a direct reference to the white supremacist slogan known as the 14 words. We must secure the existence of our people and future for white children. The slogan was coined by David Lane, a member of the white supremacist terrorist group known as the Order. The number 88 is white supremacist alphanumerical code for HH, which stands for Hail Hitler. 1488, which is also included in the ADL database, or the Anti-Defamation League, is a combination of these two hate symbols.
But the fact is, guys, I've been on the internet 20 years. I know pretty much about every single different slur that's in the English language and a few in other languages as well. So not only do I understand all the slurs, I also understand the euphemisms like 1488.
Here is where it gets really dark. What do you see on this ape? No, not the bloodshot eyes. This ape is wearing a prison outfit with the numbers 019807. If we take out the zeros, a practice in cryptography called null padding, we are left with 1987, which we can deduce is a year. You see, 1987 is a reference to the year that Rudolf Hess, a Nazi hero, died in the Spandau prison in West Berlin as a result of his conviction during the Nuremberg trials. It was destroyed the same year to prevent it from becoming a neo-Nazi shrine. Not everyone who has a Bored Ape is a—
Wait, holy shit, that's the most metal thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Same year to prevent it from becoming a nation during the Nuremberg trials. It was destroyed the same year to prevent it from becoming a neo-Nazi shrine.
They fucking destroyed the prison that he died in. Just, like, you will have no memory. You've died here and no spot will mark your fucking grave. Holy shit, that's so that's so fucking base, dude. Jesus fuck. Okay, okay, I gotta say, this actually is a pretty big coincidence. The idea, the 1488 code having what seems like a pretty plausible reference to this, maybe? Yeah,
trials. It was destroyed the same year to prevent it from becoming a neo-Nazi shrine. Not everyone who has a Bored Ape is aware of the inherent racism. Let me point your attention to the sales activity tab. If someone is selling an ape, they set the price. Interestingly enough, there is a pattern of selling apes for variations of 88 Ethereum, ending prices in 0.88 or 0.14. This is a cut and dry example of esoteric racism. Ape 6969 features the same prison jumpsuit and a—
Fuck, without, like, more data, it's impossible to know how meaningful this is, you know? Like, how many other non-0.88 sales are there? Is there a statistically significant uptick here? I would be willing to bet there probably is. I would be willing to believe that there probably is a more yeah.
esoteric racism. Ape 6969 features the same prison jumpsuit and a Prussian helmet with a shit-eating grin. This is a troll hidden in plain sight designed to mock everyone who looks at it. The odds of Ape 6969, which is a troll in itself, having both the prison jumpsuit and a Prussian helmet is statistically near impossible. Apes in the Bored Ape Yacht Club
That seems totally arbitrary. 6969? I mean...
project are adorned with various characteristics. This can include clothing, accessories, eyes, faces. Anything you see on these apes can be randomly generated to produce the final product that we see as an ape. By design, some of these characteristics are more rare than others, which means more desirable, which results in a higher price. Some of these characteristics are harmless, but there is a definite through line with one characteristic in particular: headwear. The Prussian helmet is known as a Pickelhaube, which is a reference to the German Empire from 1871 to 1919. The Vietnam-era helmet features an Ace of Spades card attached to the helmet, which was a custom American soldiers started in World War II, but continued in Vietnam. In Vietnam, however, American soldiers would leave an Ace of Spades on dead Vietnamese soldiers. The card in the Bored Ape helmet has a letter.
What? Is that true? In Vietnam, the Ace of Spades was thought by some to put a scare into the superstitious enemy and were left behind on dead enemy bodies after a firefight. Okay, yeah. You Google Vietnam Ace of Spades, that comes right on up there. So, yeah.
J on it, which would indicate a Jack of Spades, not an ace. The founders of this project are not sloppy writers and wouldn't get history wrong if it meant they could include yet another racist reference. Maybe this explains it. Based on a 1938 decree in Nazi Germany, every Jew in Germany had to carry an identification card marked with J for Jewish at all times. The sushi chef headband is a Japanese headband known as a hachimaki. Hachimaki can have different Japanese characters on them to mean different things. There are 6 variations that are the most popular and commonly used. Bored Ape Yacht Club went with kamikaze to indicate Imperial Japan's suicide pilots. A sushi chef would never wear this headband. The safari helmet is a British or European pith hat used by the British Empire in colonizing Africa. And Belgium in the Congo, led by King Leopold II, who, as you know, cut off Congolese hands. The kami hat is known as a ushanka, and with the sickle and hammer, it represents the Soviet Union or the USSR, worn during World War II while Russians were commanded by tyrannical leader Joseph Stalin. The fez is a potential reference.
Oh man, feeling that applied to a lefty icon does kind of put into context how vague these parallels are a little bit, doesn't it? You know, like Usanka associated with Joseph Stalin is like, okay, I mean, I know it is a little bit, but I thought the USSR wasn't leftist. Perceptibly leftist, you know what I mean. They weren't socialists. They're a part of leftist canon, whether I like it or not. I mean, Stalin was a fascist, though. Okay, yeah, I know that. Just, whatever, just continue.
Reference to the Ottoman Empire, but there's also such thing as a Nazi fez. With all of these helmets and headwear, one can see a clear picture of Chan culture's fetishization of power and dominion of those they deem weaker. October 2021, music manager Guy Oseary, founder of management firm Maverick, who represents Madonna and U2, acquired representation of Bored Ape Yacht Club. This would include securing book deals, music, television, video games, and even movie integrations. This was a power play for Bored Ape Yacht Club because it legitimized funding and star power behind the project. With the connections of Guy Oseary, Bored Ape Yacht Club now had a way to control the media messaging around their project.
The project obviously has so much hype and so much support. There's also been criticism. Some people connected some of the images to racist tropes. I'd love to give you the opportunity to respond to that criticism.
It's apes, because aping in is very much a nod to this community, to crypto enthusiasts, to people who aped in early. So the story is about them. One of the founders is Jewish, one is Turkish, one is Pakistani, one is Cuban. Guy Oseary, who's one of the partners that came in later last year, is Israeli. I myself am Cuban, and I'm actually first-generation American. The idea that we're neo-Nazis or alt-right is offensive, it's hurtful, it's totally untrue.
I don't trust anything she's saying. This seems like a very insincere and highly prepared response right here. I I feel like if this was genuinely like a really, really ridiculous accusation to be thrown your way, you would just like laugh it off, basically. I mean, that's like a really weird thing to you could be like, yeah, people think this, like, but this response feels like a very prepared, yeah, just.
That's really personal to you, that criticism.
The idea that you can't be racist, or even ironically racist, because you're ethnic is the saddest excuse I've ever heard. And this interview is bought by Guy Oseary. Here he is, pictured with the founder of D3, and this woman looks oddly familiar. Guy Oseary is even referred to as the fifth ape, a reference to the fifth Beatle. When Ryder launched GordonGoner.com, Guy Oseary went off the deep end. Ryder Rips described to me a 2-hour phone call consisting of Guy Oseary screaming at him to stop digging into the project. After Ryder explained the symbolism to Oseary, he replied with, "Who am I to judge what art is?" And remember that Rolling Stone interview I mentioned? Gordon Goner stated, "Are we the Beastie Boys of NFTs? Because right after our initial success, it felt like the Beastie Boys going on tour with Madonna. Everyone was like, who the fuck are these kids?" The Rolling Stone article then states, funnily enough, Madonna's longtime manager, Guy Oseary, signed on to rep the foursome about a month after Goner made this comment to Rolling Stone. It's just so ironic that Bored Ape Yacht Club would go on to partner with Madonna's manager, Guy Oseary. Here's the family tree of Bored Ape Yacht Club. Greg Solano and Wiley Arano are from Miami. They met later in life at a bar arguing about literature. Karem Adelaide and Zayshan Ali went to University of Maryland together. Greg Solano also attended University of Maryland, but would go on to get his MFA at University of Virginia. The P.O. Box of Yuga Labs is in Alexandria, Virginia. The CEO of Yuga Labs, Nicole Muniz, went to high school with Wiley. Mark Andreessen is the funding. Guy Oseary is the management.
Holy shit, that head. Oh my fucking god. That is incredible. This has to be like the smartest guy ever. Holy shit, did this guy design the fucking ARG from before? Was this the guy who fucking constructed the gigantic schizo puzzle? Jesus, that is nothing but respect. Who you calling Pinhead? Yeah.
And it's not a far stretch to say that Neil Strauss is their Rolling Stone media connection. He is also writing a book based on Bored Ape Yacht Club. Guy Oseary and Neil Strauss go back to 1998, when Guy Oseary was featured in the credits of Neil Strauss's biography on Marilyn Manson. One of the most mind-boggling parts to this ongoing story is celebrity endorsement. Everywhere you look, a new celebrity flaunts their hideous Nazi propaganda. I wouldn't expect them to know any better, but there's something going on underneath the surface.
I really, really, really wish that he wouldn't overstate the case like this. Like, again, you can say like this project gets promoted by these big celebrities, but flaunting hideous Nazi propaganda is like a comedic overstatement. I don't think it's appropriate. In fact, I think it's downright irresponsible to frame it that way. I mean, it's sensationalist, you know. I think it obscures the meaning too.
I know most celebrities are denser than a cement block, but you can't convince me they would all spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these JPEGs just because of hype culture. So what's actually going on? In a Twitter Spaces video, Ben Baller, a celebrity jeweler, describes the process of receiving a Bored Ape.
Real talk, not once, not twice, 3 times.
Okay, I'll tell you, having not watched this video, I know exactly what happens here, okay? They're either given these Bored Apes for free, for promotional purposes, or they have people in their team who are more young and tech connected than they are, and these tech people are like really trying to sell them on getting on this new wave of popularity, you know. The celebrities do not give a shit and they don't know anything. This is just one of a 1,000 esoteric financial investments that their team handles for them that they think they might be able to get some publicity off of.
I've been offered a Bored Ape through Movement. I had Adidas hit me up, my DMs, you know, on Instagram. Hey man, you want to close? Facebook, whatever. Told you own a Bored Ape. No, I fucking don't. You know, hit me up. And it's just, I don't know what it was, but the fact that some of these super top tier all-star NBA players have them, and I was like, this is all cap. I mean, at the NDAs, they try to send my agent and shit too, you know.
I mean, there's definitely NDAs and everything there, but I'm you know, positive there's, you know, something.
So what I'm saying is, for me, if I was to accept You know,
they want you to not disclose that you. They want you to not disclose that they had purchased the ape for you.
Yeah, yeah. See.
They wanted to seem like you bought it for yourself because you liked it.
Which you know what the craziest thing about that is that a lot of celebrities who are going into this, they're probably just stoked to get the ape, and they don't even realize a lot of them probably don't consult their legal and shit like that beforehand. But they're actually asking you to commit fraud on their behalf.
That's right. MoonPay has celebrities sign NDAs or non-disclosure agreement contracts revealing how they received the ape.
I just got my first NFT.
Oh, you did? What was it?
Through MoonPay.
Okay.
MoonPay, which is I'm figuring I did my homework.
Okay.
MoonPay was like PayPal but for crypto.
In fact,
remember, if you've watched the Dan Olson video, the Folding Ideas video on NFTs, remember that NFTs are being pushed as a part of crypto, as a way of marketing crypto through iconography and artificial scarcity. So crypto on its own is just a speculative investment, but NFTs have images and ideas and potentially partnerships that you can sell or at least advertise. So it's a way of getting celebrities on board to popularize crypto. So all these Bored Ape Yacht Club guys are the most lucky NFT printers as part of a broader financial effort to incentivize crypto investment through using NFTs as a vehicle to get celebrities to endorse crypto. You understand? We're only like 3 rungs up on a very tall ladder. It's a big world. To this day, I don't know what the difference is between crypto and NFTs. NFTs are just you just have a file. NFTs are just it's a computer generated thing that you have sole access to. You get a receipt to a link to a thing for $5 billion. Okay? Yeah, it's the link. Yeah, it's crypto, on the other hand, is like the whole blockchain, cryptocurrency thing. Yeah, I know. It's not exactly my area of expertise. Yeah, crypto is the infrastructure, and NFT is just one brick laid upon it.
Celebrities aren't even buying them, and they're lying through their teeth about why they bought them, all while committing fraud on MoonPay's behalf. Receiving a Bored Ape as an endorsement and not explicitly stating that you were compensated violates the Federal Trade Commission's laws. So next time you see a celebrity show off their Bored Ape, you can see who's a puppet taking advantage of their audience, all while unknowingly contributing to an apocalyptic political ideology backed by the technocratic.
Wait, this isn't always true, right? The laws for disclosure of acquired goods for advertising purposes, that's not something that applies to all platforms. In fact, I believe the UK has stricter rules when it comes to this than we do. I don't know if this is universally fraud. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Think of how many times you've seen celebrities in like Prada or like Gucci or whatever. Have you heard them say every time, yeah, I was given this for free? Not really.
Elite. You may be asking yourself, who designed these apes in the first place? Surely they would be the ones responsible for drawing the racist imagery, right? Currently, it is believed that there are 6 artists on the Yuga Labs team. However, there was an artist in particular that provided the base layers for the apes. Her name was Seneca. When confronted and shown the finished designs, she claimed she did not even recognize the final product and was shocked at the characteristics she saw. Seneca described payment from Yuga Labs as not ideal. After all, they were rolling in millions of dollars and from Yuga.
Okay, this guy DM'd her directly. Wait. This is actually really bad question asking. With respect. I'm going to read this out loud. See if you can find the problems. Lighter voice is hers. No one in their right mind draws that last one. What? They are. Okay, so firstly, I did the main drawing and a couple of the big traits. The other variables were made by production artists and by Yuga. Why is it called Yuga, and why is his name Gargamel? Anyways, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not here to attack you. I've done client work I hate. I don't care about your involvement one way or another. Also, honestly, Ryder, I was kind of a fan of you and the Funks, but you're coming at me kind of hard without knowing my full story. It's fine to make assumptions, but I don't think I want to continue this convo if you're going to be jumping to conclusions. Just curious how it came to be apes in grills and prison uniforms and Nazi hats selling for 400k lol. Wild times, I have no conclusions. Why did he approach her in this way? He might have been able to get way more useful information out of her, but this is a very weird, accusatory... Yeah, this is very tactless, essentially. Yeah, very aggro. She was on the defensive, like, this is Ryder, not the guy who made this video. Wait, was this not Ryder? Oh. Okay, never mind, this is someone else. So I thought, I don't know this channel. I thought this was the guy who made it. Okay, so this is a different... Okay, never mind, pull it back. However, you know, leaving aside, so this isn't this, that's good. Whoever's DMing here, whoever this person, Ryder, is, they're doing a really bad job putting these questions forward, in my opinion. This is the guy DMing, Ryder Rips. Okay, gotcha. Wait, Ryder Rips? In February 2021, Rips and American rapper Azalea Banks announced their engagement. They made an audio sex tape and sold it using NFT, which was then up for resale for $260 million. By March, Banks had announced they split up. This person? This is who we're referring to? I don't know if that's true. This person does seem to be close to NFTs, though. Pretty sure, yeah. Ryder Rips, Bored Apes, and owning an NFT. Okay.
Yuga Labs as not ideal. After all, they were rolling in millions of dollars and she wasn't even getting a slice of the pie. However, it is speculated that Seneca received a $1 million bonus from the company after media outlets front-ran her story. At the end of the day, Seneca, a very talented artist, was not responsible for this imagery. The Bored Ape Yacht Club project represents a sinister commentary on people's eagerness to hop on trends and projects just because it's in the spotlight. I say this is an ongoing story because on April 30th, 2022, 1 year after launching Bored Ape Yacht Club, Yuga Labs launched a metaverse called Otherside. If the date sounds familiar, it's because it's also Hitler's death day. The sprites available in the video game that doesn't exist yet are called codas, spelled with a K. In music, coda with a C means the end, and obviously the theme of transitioning from life to death or crossing to the other side. Their new metaverse also features Stonewall Jackson, a reference to the Confederate leader Stonewall Jackson, and Plot 1 is owned by Emperor Tomato Ketchup. Along the way, Ryder Rips
that is a direct reference. Can't get around that.
Was able to open the eyes of thousands of people by organizing the information and explaining the full context to the best of his ability, knowing all too well that the barrier to entry of this information is diving down the deep rabbit holes of white supremacy, the alt-right, and 4chan. But now, one thing's for certain. He was correct in telling me that Bored Ape Yacht Club is the biggest troll in internet history. Now that you know everything there is to know about Bored Ape Yacht Club's cute little social experiment, what can we do about this? Well, as it stands right now, the founders of Bored Ape Yacht Club operate relatively unchecked. That's because there's no real pressure. Their tactic of using plausible deniability and dumb excuses to deflect from the truth is about to change. Nicole Muniz, I really hope you had no idea this was going on. And if you didn't, that means
Wash end it. Oh no, is bad stuff coming? Oh no, 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 no.
Your business partners strung you along because they think of you as a normie. It's unfortunate if you got roped into this. Guy O'Sari, we will not be silenced. That's all I'm gonna say. Gordon, Garga, Tomato, and Sass.
I also think these guys are pussies. Like, I think they're feckless for doing this. It's like, they are, bro. It's like, go fucking do, like, why are you making this girl you went to high school with speak for you on tape?
I want every celebrity, actor, athlete, and influencer to burn their fucking ape. I want to make such a fucking shitstorm that everyone
Man, you know what? This might actually be my favorite kind of video for streaming. Because we've got a lot of info, we've got a lot of laughs, and we've gotten to experience a wide range of emotions, you know? Remember that video we were watching of the incel dude who was critiquing the female dating instructor, and then it turns out the female dating instructor was actually really, really bad, and a lot of the criticisms were worthwhile? but then every once in a while the incel guy would be like, well, an incel, and would say some crazy shit. It's like the scales are constantly turning on my feelings in this video. No, that was good. I love that. I'm living right now. Okay, keep it up, my dude. What's next?
One from Steph Curry to Post Malone to Jimmy Fallon is forced to act. You see, this little price tag is contingent on you, the market, the people. But in their minds, it's the normies, the sheep that made them rich. So I ask you, are you a fucking sheep? I want each and every one of you to tweet #burn, BAYC on Twitter. Let's play their game. Burn means to destroy, but it's also something you can do with your NFT if you hold one. Not only will we sink Bored Ape Yacht Club because of their disgusting scheme, we will send a message. This message will be loud and clear. We will not be manipulated. To piss off 8 profile pictures and amplify his own research, Ryder created Ryder Rips Bored Ape Yacht Club. Ryder won a DMCA takedown request against Yuga Labs, solidifying the point that you can't copy an NFT. Ryder also set his royalties to 0%. In this case, it's truly not about the money. He is also creating Ape Marketplace, saving people billions of dollars a year in gas fees. Oh, and if you see my profile picture, don't be fooled. It doesn't contain any racist imagery. It's also from the Ryder Rips Bored Ape Yacht Club collection. Silly goose, you can't copy an NFT. And I think I'll call him Caesar. You can even use him as a profile picture, because we're about to take over.
What? Don't copyright me. Wait, why would a movie where the monkeys win be the thing that you would want to cap off your video on how the Bad Ape Yacht Club is bad? What? Isn't this them winning? Because he also has a monkey NFT? Okay. Please end the thing. You're gonna get me copyright strikes. Please. Stop! Stop! Holy shit! How'd you get all this approved? Did you... Oh, does the whole end? This is like several uninterrupted minutes of a movie.
Aber wenn Sie, meine Herren, glauben, dass ich deswegen Berlin verlasse, tun Sie, was Sie wollen.
Oh, okay. That last, like, 5 minutes were just... the movie. The movies. Wow, okay. Wow, that... Okay. Wow. A response from the founders. Oh. They dignified this. As you may have heard, we become the target of a crazy disinfo campaign accusing us, a group of Jewish, Turkish, Pakistani, and Cuban friends, of being super secret Nazis. Right off the bat, very sussy. Immediately, like, giga sussy opening, the kind of thing that literally, like, the Nazis would write to like, laugh at people who are, yeah. Right off the bat. Even though the ADL, which exists to protect Jewish people around the world from just the kind of hatred and slander, has confirmed this isn't true, trolls are still spreading ridiculous spirits. When has the when has the ADL come out to claim that the Bored Ape Yacht Club people aren't Nazis? Is that a thing that happened? I responded to much of this bullshit before, here, and here. Okay. What the fuck? What? Okay. What the fuck is this, Jenny? Okay. I just want to live. What was the inspiration behind the design of the Bored Ape Yacht Club logo? We never wanted to take ourselves too seriously, so the look of the club is ramshackle and divvy? Divey? Everything about the BAYC was meant to convey a spirit of irreverence and absurdity. With an ape skull converges how bored, they're bored to death. This is a dodge, 100%. As far as I'm concerned, the logo is literally all you need. Yeah, it's an almost perfect copy of the, yeah. This is like a pathetic misdirection. It was meant to convey the spirit of irreverence. There's an ape skull because they're bored. Like, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Plus the 18 teeth thing? Yeah, okay. What is this? Let me just read the damn thing, okay? So without further ado. Why does our NFT collection feature apes? This isn't really a relevant point that was brought up. What was the inspiration for the design of Bored Ape Yacht Club logo? Okay. Wait, they just copy-pasted from the Twitter. We never wanted to take ourselves too seriously, so the look of the club is Ramshackle and Divey. This is a copy-paste. This is literally just a copy-paste. Lowe's Gordon's email designer. We worked on the logo, laying out our inspirations, punk, streetwear, skate references, maritime flags and pennants, old yacht club flags, etc. Bored Ape Yacht Club. This doesn't mean anything. Showing an email where you're like, well, here's some ideas I have, doesn't disprove the idea that you would, like, pull it from Nazi iconography. Okay. I'm sure the troll will find a way to tie the SBC in it here or other stuff. No, I don't believe this, not for a second. This is completely made up. They're lying, flat out. They're just lying. You can't get there from this. There's nothing maritime about this, apart from the fact that it says Yacht Club. The frayed edges in the official design, which is not at all common. Like, how do you get that? Yeah, I want it to be a skull in the center of, like, a life raft, and then, but nothing maritime remains. The fact that, like, the text is curved in the bottom and top, just like it is in the original Nazi symbol, but especially since, keep in mind, the twin lightning bolts here on the Totenkampf, the SS, that is an abbreviation. Like, remember? The SS, the Stoffel, whatever, their secret police, the higher up, BAYC, Bored Ape Yacht Club. It serves the, not only does it follow the same, like, typographic design, the type of lettering is the same in terms of, like, linguistically what it conveys. And then it's like, oh, well, it's a circle, so it's like a life raft. No, I don't buy it for a second. Nope. Nope! No, I don't buy it. Bullshit. I don't buy that for a fucking second. The Nazi Totenkampf is one very specific graphic design of a skull and crossbones, and the monkey skull resembles it in no way, except insofar as all skulls resemble each other to a certain degree. Wait, this is from the guy from the ADL? Wait. Was this an ADL statement, or was this from a guy who's a senior research fellow at the ADL Center of Extremism? Because this is not an ADL article right here. Yep, this is not an ADL statement. This is just one person who's a research fellow at the ADL saying this in an interview with Input Mag. And by the way, saying something that is patently objectively incorrect, by the way. The idea that the only visual similarities between these two right here is the fact that all skulls kind of look the same. This is like a laughably, objectively incorrect statement. You know, insofar as a statement can be said to be objectively incorrect when we're referring to similarities in appearance, this is objectively incorrect. Ridiculous. The monkey skull resembles it in no way, except insofar as all skulls resemble each other to a certain degree. Yeah, no. Yeah, research fellow could mean anything. So, unless there's some other thing that I don't know about, at the beginning here, when they said the ADL has confirmed this isn't true, that was a lie. This is a lie right here. A senior research fellow at the ADL responding in that way to a specific tech outlet is not the same as the ADL itself confirming that these accusations aren't true. Especially since the person from the ADL was only talking about the design, not the entirety of the accusation that these people are super Nazis or whatever. Yeah, no, there's just no way to say that they're not visually the same. Talk about the company name, Yuga Labs. Gordon spent a decade practicing Hinduism. The Kali Yuga is the current era we're in, according to Hinduism. Oh, wait, so they just admit that the Kali Yuga reference is... Wait, they just... Oh, okay, well, there's nothing spurious about that then. They just straight up says it, yeah. The ADL quite literally laughed at the suggestion that Kali Yuga had anything to do with white supremacy. Can I get a source on that? Do you have a link? The last time they said the ADL did something, it turns out what they actually meant is that someone who once was in the same zip code as an ADL building. Does this mean that Seth Green is a Nazi? Yes. This is my new adamant position. Anyone who has ever owned a Bored Ape Yacht Club NFT is a Nazi, and he does own and has memorized Mein Kampf. Yes. That is definitely the thing that I believe. Does anyone know about like an ADL article that's an effort to exonerate? Hold on. ADL Bored Ape Yacht Club? Is there some broader thing? No! If you look up ADL Bored Ape Yacht Club, you get a Protos article, the Input Mag article that we already looked at, bitcoinist.com, and so on. Where's the ADL statement? And guys, isn't hiding behind the alleged exoneration of the ADL exactly something that trollish Nazis would do? It's the exact same way you have Nick Fuentes talking about how he's a Hispanic and therefore can't be racist or whatever. It's the like thinly veiled, coquettish, haha, teehee, you can't catch me. You know what I mean? Damn, you know, actually, I feel like these guys are a lot less smart when they're trying to crank out a quick Medium article to defend themselves. I think they're smart with their cryptography and advertisement, but like the level of obfuscation here is a lot weaker than it is in a lot of the other stuff they do. Honestly, this makes them come across like no better than your average like dipshit 4chan alt-writer, whereas a lot of the other stuff comes across as very like clever and well hidden. I suppose that's the kind of spurgy behavior you would expect from computer nerds who aren't very good at like press statements, but are very good at cryptography. Emperor Tomato Ketchup is the name of a Stereolab album. Good record, ranked 51st on Pitchfork's Lab of 90s Best Album. Tomato has been an avid vinyl collector. The Emperor Tomato Ketchup thing could possibly... It's possible that it's not something, but it probably is. None of the founders are good at ciphers or puzzles. We're awful at them. We had to bring in professional help in the form of a company. No! They didn't even do the cipher crafting. They hired a company to do it. Ah. Well, now I don't even know what these guys are good at. Damn it. A couple other things here that I'm noticing. First of all, in spite of the fact that they are responding to a video that explicitly says that hiding behind your ethnicity is not a defense against being a neo-Nazi or a white supremacist, they keep referencing the ethnicities of the people involved here. That's one. Two, something about this line right here. Which one? The BAYC was not launched on the day Hitler died. A reporter got the date wrong in an early article, and the troll has run with it ever since. Secondly, who even considers the day Hitler died when starting a company? It's such a crazy stretch. This right here comes across as a suspiciously irrelevant denial. If you're responding to a set of arguments against you, saying that you are dog whistling, that you're trolling, that you're hiding stuff in plain sight, that you're obfuscating it to the point that no reasonable person could find out, asking this question sounds like it's done with an uplifting tone towards the end of the sentence. I'll read it out loud. Second, who even considers the day Hitler died when starting a company? You know what I mean? Like, teehee. You know what I mean? Otherwise, why would you phrase it this way? You say it's a crazy stretch, but it's fully in line with the types of accusations that are brought about in that video. I think I missed the mark on that reading, too. Here, let me try that again, okay? Secondly, who even considers the day Hitler died when starting a company? There you go, that's a little bit better. Not the rising tone at the end, but more like that fake incredulity that you're doing to buy for time. There we go. I think that's a bit better. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Overall, we think it's crazy these conspiracy theories have been able to proliferate. It really shows the power a demented troll on the internet can have. Ah, dude. They're totally jerking off here. 100% they are. Yeah. These accusations are crazy. It really shows you how far people will go to spread misinformation. It just makes you wonder how many people are out there spreading crazy stuff under everyone's nose. Yeah, serial killer talking to local media vibes for sure. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, Ooh, that was a doozy. My final ruling, my personal final ruling here, I have no idea if any of these guys are crypto Nazis or whatever. I am exceedingly confident that at least a few of them are, at the very least, like right-adjacent internet poisoned 4chan edgelords who get off on the idea of, you know, ambiguously spreading far-right iconography in a way that is abstract enough that it couldn't reasonably come back to them, and isn't really even being done for political purposes, like to spread the word, but is rather being done so they can masturbate. I don't know if they're like ideologically crypto-Nazis, or if it's just like lay epic meme bullshit. I don't know how much of a difference there is between those two things realistically, so whatever. I do think that the video was in some ways poorly made. However, that was a pretty fun video to watch, wasn't it? Come on. Come on, that held our attention. That held my attention. I was not bored watching that video. And I do think that an impressive degree of investigative enthusiasm was brought to the table. You know? I mean, I do think that the spirit of trying to get to the bottom of things was present, even if the right emphasis wasn't put on the right bits of evidence. And it was cringy a little, but it was fun, you know? I mean, you want my meth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need it. Also, you can open that back window.
Ah, yeah, we'll soon. Do I watch CoffeeZilla? No, I don't watch CoffeeZilla. Thank you, Posadas John. It was expertly crafted schizo post. Listen, it was an expertly crafted schizo. Listen, fight schizo posting with schizo posting. You know, the battle of the schizo posts. Pigeon. What? No! Good thing you're light. Me. Pigeon, you're so wrinkly. Look at you. Yeah? All right. There you go. Ball sack, baby. All right. Wow, that was a hell of a video, wasn't it? The schizophrenic is an untapped resource for the American left. That's true. The American left needs to work harder at cultivating the schizophrenic. Seriously, I genuinely believe that the more deranged 4chan psychos we have on our side, the better. I really genuinely mean that. Okay, this is going to sound a little bit LARPy, but it's true. Nothing that I'm saying here is incorrect, okay? In terms of posting power, 4chan schizophrenics are hundreds of times stronger than your average Twitter lefty. You know, your average Pit Crew avatar Twitter lefty, in terms of posting power, is just a tiny baby compared to 4chan schizoid, you know. It's true. Our leftist schizos are tankies. Yeah. Crack glance! You don't need to spam. I saw that link 15 posts ago. We did the video, the segment's done. I've actually read through that thread, you know. What about 4chan schizo trans girls? Well, yeah, they count. They don't not count just because they're a trans girl, you know? Zan's mom wants to debate you. Yeah, I've heard this rumor. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know any of the context there. I don't really want to debate anyone's parent. I don't even know what Zan's mom knows about me. Yeah. Tell chat about this? What? No, excuse me. Oh, what? Tell chat about this? I retweeted it, Taurus6. The fuck do you mean, tell chat about this? Would you debate my dad if I were able to find him? I don't want to debate anyone's parents. Not yet, Night Ducks. It's in the watch list. I never get to anything quickly. I can't get to anything quickly. People don't know. You guys don't know the state of my emails, man. Listen, I value knowledge. I do. I get better at arguing when I know more. You don't want to know too much, though. That's the key, okay? Listen, I've said this before. I'll say it a million times more. Convincing people, being an effective rhetorician, is aided by knowledge to a point. Because if you know too much, unless you're very disciplined, you get bogged down with that knowledge and you can't piece out what's important. If a person says something that's so fractally wrong that you short circuit because there are like 87 possible, refutations you could throw out there, the key The rhetorical key is knowing the best one, because you get one refutation. You get one. Now, of course, you can know a lot of stuff and still know which one to say, but, you know, obviously, I think the more you know about a subject, the more difficult it gets. This is one of the reasons why academics are often really poor debaters. You ever notice that? There are people in my chat who are like, oh, it frustrates me, you know? I know literally everything about this subject, and I can't argue about it for shit. It's because your brain's all clogged up with useful and highly relevant knowledge, but a debate, Lord, that does not make you. Remember Richard Wolff versus Destiny? Okay, not gonna lie. Richard Wolff's problem there was not knowing too much. He had the opposite problem. There's a reason I don't cite other people in my advocacy for worker co-ops. Ugh. Gotcha, Tequila Sunset. Yeah, Shuda, we saw your donation earlier. I responded to it. Oh, we have 30 candidates running across the state. That is what you were saying. That's fantastic. This is mega cope for not doing research. No, Farsight. The research is wonderful for everything except for debating. Don't get your head clogged. You only have to know enough to debate the point well. Experts know more than enough to debate the point well. Far more. No, I saw Funny Rhetorician, yeah. Wacky stuff. Are we winding down? We are winding down. I am tired and my head hurts, but I will be streaming tomorrow morning, I promise. Oh, nice, sir, Political Banana. What do you think is going to be the result of all the JLP stuff? Absolutely nothing. Of course, John S. I have always been clear about this, and I mean it, and nobody believes me. You know, I mean, you do not have to be an expert on a subject in order to argue it well. You simply do not. You have to know the basics, and you know how to deliver the basics. It's like being a good high school teacher, I assume. You don't have to be an expert on any subject to be a good high school teacher. The key to being a good teacher is not knowing the most about a subject. It's knowing how to deliver that information in a way the students are receptive to, right? You know, like when you guys think of your favorite teacher from high school or like the best teacher, you're probably not thinking of someone with unparalleled knowledge on the subject because that knowledge can't be shared with a high school student. You're not there yet. What makes them good is that they're friendly and personable. They make learning interesting, you know, stuff like that. That's what matters. I don't know who that is, Swoopy. Chuck versus Jimmy McGill? Yes. Richard Wolff's Ukraine videos were also hot trash. Yeah, on my money, if you want good economic advice from a leftist, you go to Unlearning Economics. I think he's got it on the ball. I think Unlearning Economics has a strong moralistic desire for something better and also a grounded understanding of how to get there. For me, for my money, he's the guy. Really like his stuff, you know. Watch Epic Rap Battles History. Yes, just watch ERB. That's all the knowledge you need, of course, of course. Nice try, the Nathan Galang. We're not weebifying my audience. Or that Galang. React to conservatives reacting to Roe v. Wade. What do you want to see them gloat? What, to get yourselves angrier? I don't see a point. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. UE needs to make more videos? I agree. We doing the Weimar research stream tomorrow morning? Okay, can I be honest with you guys? What if instead of me having to spend time off stream educating myself so that I can stumble through a bunch of info with no editing in real time to talk about it. What if instead we just watched Three Arrows videos on the rise of Nazi Germany? A well-compiled, well-edited, you know, from a person who knows more than I do. What if I was lazy, but lazy in a way that benefited the channel? How about that, huh? That's called working smarter, not harder. You know, no need to dig up new info when it's already out there and exists. And it's a complicated subject. What good are you then? Witticisms. Have you seen Richard Wolff's Socialism for Dummies video? No, I have not. What's up? Oh, yeah. We went to Capitol Hill recently to see some cute vendors and gay people. And one of them had a little keychain knives. See? Get focus. 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 It's programmed to auto-adjust to my... Wait, it's not auto-adjusting at all. Hold on, the setting must be off. What is this, spot focus? What do I hit? Where's the autofocus? Hello? Which button? Help. No. No, not. No. Is it on manual? I fixed it. Look. Focus. 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 Why would you focus back there? You can't even see my face. Was it focusing on the water bottle? What do you want from me? Okay. Whatever. It's a Damascus knife. It's just cute, okay? Honestly. Hey, Jen. Pigeon. 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 Who? Pigeon. Pigeon. No, I've got this. No, I've got this. Ooh. Yes. Hello. Bah.
Want this?
Deep. Ooh. Ooh. What a good baby. Okay. She's not a very aggressive cat, you know. Look, she's hesitant to bap the feather. Pigeon. Woo. Okay. Hello. Okay, what is this? Oh, I'm tired. We'll do more video segments tomorrow. Let me read through donos. Mr. Meaty, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Glad you figured it out. Philo 400, thank you for the 5. AT522 to Derek, thank you for the $5. That it is. Z King and the One True Fusky, thank you for the 5 both. I really appreciate that. Charlotte 96, thank you for the $10. If Gaston and Beauty and the Beast say multiple eggs a day and eggs refer to trans people in denial, that means Gaston is actually secretly trans. That's a bingo. True. Michael Walker, thank you for the 2. Hollow Kira with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Hollow Kira. The Nathan Galang for $5 made quirky pick of anime Vosh. Ah, you snuck it into a dono. You know how to work me. Excellent anime editing skills right here. Just thrown that right in there. No one would even know you'd replaced me. Look, I'm just saying, if I ever get made into an anime girl, I hope I'm tall and muscular. I just don't want to be weak, okay? I've said this before. I really don't give a shit. You make me a guy, a girl, whatever. I want to keep my dick more fun, in my opinion, whatever. And keep me tall and strong. That's it. That's all. It's really what I care about. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I need. Lumberjack went with the $5. For the love of God, please upgrade to the SM7B. It's directional built-in noise compressor. I have no idea what we're talking about. Is there white noise from my AC? Oh, is that a microphone? SM7B? I could look into it. Holy fuck, it's so fucking warm in here. Holy shit. My legs are probably stuck to the leather of this seat. If someone made a hentai depiction of you, would you want them to perfectly replicate their cock asking, or replicate your cock asking for a friend? Well, there are literally pics of my dick online, so they'd have plenty of research material. If you transitioned, it would instantly vaporize the online left. Yeah, it'd be pretty funny. I never will. But it would be funny. Okay, all right. Shape up, lads. A rich chef man, thank you for the $5. Went to my first protest ever today. Felt great to be with people that held similar beliefs, especially in Alabama. Highly recommend anyone is able to get involved. Yes, going to protests, touching grass, it feels good. It does. Madeline Gibson, thank you for the 5 and 2. Really appreciate that. Yeah, the Gamers Rise Up subreddit turning far right was such a disappointing turn. So I have your permission to draw you as a tall buff chick with a fat horse cock? Yeah, go for it. Whatever makes you happy. You know, I cannot get that damn game idea out of my head. The idea of making a visual novel. I can't get it out of my head. The thoughts of it consume every waking moment. I'm truly lost. Tell us, haven't I rambled about it before? We're on the tail end of the stream. I guess I don't feel bad about bleeding viewers away with my rambling. You know, visual novels aren't that hard to make. Explain, Vosh, we want to hear. Will I subject 7,500 people to my autistic rambling because one person asked me to? Yeah, sure. I've said this. I like the idea of like a detective visual novel because I've yet to play a game that really requires good detective skills. So I recently played Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is an unbelievably good game. However, it doesn't actually involve being a detective. It's an RPG, you know, but the detective skills are literally handled in-game by RPG mechanics. If you give your character high, say, logic skills, they will logic it out. They don't expect you to. Outer Wilds does have mystery elements, but it's not a detective game. Obra Dinn is a type of detective game, but there's an element to it that's missing, which is the investigation. I have not played L.A. Noire, but what I've seen of it looks like shit. Don't care. I like the idea. Okay, can I set you up with the premise, if I may? If I may. Here's what I like. I want this to be properly difficult, okay? Basically, you are the security guard on a transport ship traveling through interstellar space to bring people and cargo to a colony world off in the far reaches of the galaxy. It's indeterminate sci-fi. You know, there's no lore. You're not learning. You don't. You know, it's kept understated. You wake up. Okay, you wake up on the ship. This is the opening. You wake up, there's blood everywhere. There's blood on you, there's blood on your hands. There are corpses nearby. You hear screaming in the distance, echoing in the tiny, cramped halls of this, ramshackle industrial ship. You run around, you see what's going on, and it turns out this is what's taking place, okay? For some reason, everyone on the ship has lost about an hour of their short-term memory, and there are several dead. One of them dead was very obviously killed by you. There are other people who have died, stab wounds, and someone activated a device that wiped out short-term memory. Obviously, whoever did that must have still been alive at the time the device was activated, so they can't be one of the people who are dead. The technological know-how necessary to do this is well beyond the average person. This would have been a very, very specific thing. There are about 15 to 20 people remaining alive on the ship. The goal is this. You find out what the fuck happened, who did this, what the fuck. And the idea would be that it's a detective game with some elements that are obvious and some elements that are less obvious. Of course, there are basic things like you have to get testimonies from people to piece together where they were, what they were doing at the time they woke up from the hour. You only lost an hour of your memory, so you still remember multiple days of being with these people in space, during which nothing suspicious happened, at least not as far as you can recall. But you learn about this and that. However, there are a couple of problems. First of all, To everyone else on the ship, you're suspect number one. You're the security guard, but you're well away from any legal body. I mean, on the ship, there's no law outside of yours, effectively. You understand? You're also augmented. Unlike everyone else there, your body has been enhanced. You're stronger, faster, and there are no weapons on the ship. Everyone's scanned before they come on, including the cargo. There are no guns here. The closest thing to a weapon on board are the knives that you use to cut the food. I mean, kitchen knives, right? Which means that the capacity for violence is limited, and you are the main capacity. One of the people who was found dead was clearly killed by you because they got punched with the force of like a freight train. You know, like there are cavernous holes in their chest where rib and organ have disintegrated into like a soupy homogenate. You know, no one could have done that except you. So immediately, the only person who is known to have murdered someone else is you, and people suspect you. But they can't just act on that suspicion because, again, A, they don't know that you were unjustified in killing them, and B, you're physically stronger than them. You know, they can't really kill you. They approach you with the kitchen knife, you punch a hole in their chest. It's not even close. They're scared of you. So they're willing to participate in your investigation only because they know that if they don't, they could potentially incur your wrath as one of the potential murderers on the ship. So everyone suspects you, and that's a mechanic. You can press people. You can be mean to get more information. You can violate people's living spaces. You can try to extort information from them. But the more you do that, the more they dislike you. If the other people on the ship dislike you too much, you get lynched in your sleep. You still have to sleep. They slit your throat in the sleep. There's a limit to how far you can push this as the chief investigator. If you go too far, they'll just kill you, assuming that you are the murderer and you're delaying for time, you know? And the idea would be, I know I'm rambling, but stick with me, please. The idea would be that there would be two basic kinds of puzzles. There would be investigative puzzles and interview puzzles. And they would fill up in a notebook where you would be able to log bits of sentences and information. Your character would give thoughts on them. And the mechanic to investigation would be piecing together bits of info that are logged in your book, which contain many bits of information, to try to arrive at assumptions or epiphanies. And if you have an epiphany, if there's information you've linked in a way that construes or suggests new information, you can act on that. So basically, imagine two people have given you contrary information, and you have a conversation with one of them who says something that doesn't line up with another timeline. You could pause that conversation mid-convo, link the two thoughts, and you would then have the ability to interject there. There wouldn't be a gameplay mechanic compelling this, no dice roll or anything. You would have to be on the ball about keeping track, remembering, and confronting people. And people, everyone in here, everyone on this ship has secrets. Of course, that's standard for the genre. But in this case, this might be one of those plan cascades where, you know, it gets obfuscated by the short-term memory loss, but it could well be that literally everyone on the ship has some fucking plan, and everything went tits up, and it all got reset because of that device that wiped the short-term memory, and you're trying to piece everything together backwards to try to understand who's really at fault, you know? So there would be two kinds of challenges. One would be the investigative kind, you know, where you're trying to investigate a scene, talk to people, piece together the info. And the other would be interrogative. And this I really like the idea of. Have you guys ever played Deus Ex Human Revolution, I think? There are times where you can talk to people and you try to talk them down like a hostage negotiator. Like, your UI will say, like, this person is upsetty spaghetti. And you'll have like 5 dialogue options, and one of them will be their upsetty spaghetti option. And you press that, and then you don't say something fucking stupid, you know? Like that kind of thing. Those systems fucking suck. They fucking suck. Because the acting and the writing are never good enough to give you the subtle informational cues that you need to make those decisions yourself. The acting is just totally hog wild. But imagine a boss battle, which is you having a conversation with somebody, and they are telling the truth, lying, a half lie, leaving something out. All of it, subtle bits of info that you have to piece together, and you get to, yes, don't worry, I know about Danganronpa, but I think it can be done better. First of all, anime games are all bullshit. Anime games will never have good dialogue because they're anime games, and that is an anime game. I'm sorry. I'm talking about really having to subtly understand where a person is going. If you press them too hard, they might think less of you, and if they do that, eventually you might get yourself lynched. If you press them the right amount... how about some people are clearly more receptive to emotional arguments, and some are more receptive to logical arguments, right? So there are people who are very debate bro, you know, like rational. I'm so smart, you know, she should treat me as an intelligent person. So if you try to make emotive appeals to that person, they'll think less of you. They'll make fun of you. They'll shut down. But if it's like a person who's really upset, you know, if you say stuff that might set them off, you might shut them down completely. And the idea would be that every set of investigations would have a chapter finish. And if by the end of the chapter you have not completed enough of the prior investigations, you lose. Basically, imagine there are 8 or 9 miniature puzzles in succession, and then at the end of like a breaking point, if you haven't finished like 6 or 7 of them, you don't have enough info to survive what's about to happen. Maybe there's a bomb planted on the ship, and you only learn that because an investigation opens up after you've done so and so much before. Maybe, you know, there's like a person on there who will, you know, like they actually did bring a gun on, and they'll only act if they feel like they're pressed against the wall, but you can like, you know, sort of prompt them not to do that with, you get what I'm talking about? Maybe a kind of limited time mechanic, a la Persona, something like that. You've only so much time to do all of this, and you have to be efficient with your investigation. Is the info randomized per character? No, it would be a full through investigative thing. I thought of one thing in particular. One thing I really like the idea of this, you know, because there would be conversation boss battles, right? The other people on the ship are competent and intelligent. You too are intelligent. Your character, the character you're playing at, you can't play as a dumbass. The character you're playing as is smart. And some of these conversations are fairly lax. You're competing with them through dialogue for little bits of information, and some of them are very dire indeed. And here's an idea I like. Okay, just follow through with me. I know this sounds very dumb or nerdy or whatever. So you're investigating, you know, it's a little while into the story. You're investigating something. There are events taking place on board that do not make sense. Somebody lied to you in a way that didn't benefit them, and when called on the lie, they admitted to it, almost as though they didn't understand why they lied to begin with. People are having nightmares, you know, and you're starting to wonder, is there some kind of space anomaly? Is there like a parasite, something like this? But there's a worry that you have, you know, of an astropath, a proper psychic. And it is made clear through context that such a person, a psychic, is a rare anomaly and incredibly fucking dangerous. But there's no evidence of this, you know, it's just a bunch of anomalies stack up. And you find other explanations. You know, a one person, for example, pulled an all-nighter. They did not sleep. It's possible that their errant lie might have just been exhaustion and brain stupidity, you know, disease, you know. You find other explanations. But if you're very diligent, if you're very careful, if you're very fastidious with your investigations, it might lead you into breaking into one of the personal quarters of one of the many people on the ship, an errant, flighty woman, to try to see if she had anything to do with it. And you find it right as she finds you. You find essentially a medium. You find like a relic, an artifact, something that gives it away. She's a psychic. And as soon as you find it, you know, you turn around, she's standing there in the doorway. She steps in, the door shuts behind her without her having to move it, and the UI flips. So up until that point, the entire time, you know, you have investigative UI, you know, your little detective skills, Sherlock this, Sherlock that, but it all disappears. And all you have are prompts in the center of the screen. And whatever is at top, you know, whether it be an ellipses, ... you know, what are you doing? Why'd you close the door? The bottom one is run. You can't run. After that fails, the bottom option, the one that will be present for a good long time, is fight her. You talk with her. She's outraged that you're in her quarters. You know, you're trying to stammer out excuses because for the first time since this investigation begun, you are in the presence of somebody who is unequivocally stronger than you. It's implied that the existence of the ship itself is pretty much up to her whim. She could warp anywhere. She could tear through it. Like, there's really no narrative limit to what she can do. And you are, augmented or not, you are made of meat. So you're talking with her and she's accusing you, you know, why are you in here? And you realize, your character realizes, she's going to fucking kill you no matter what you do. But if you ever hit the fight option, she just kills you anyway. You try to talk your way out of it. You say, I can explain why I'm in here. I'm sorry. She's worried you'll tell the rest of the people on the ship that she's a psychic because they're a kind of highly feared, we'll say. You say, you know, you won't. And I really like the idea of an interrogative boss fight, except you're the boss to her. As in, the UI literally flips, and you see the choices that you would normally have to click through on a menu to initiate the interrogation happening from her perspective, flipped to you. And the goal is not you interrogating her, it's you surviving her interrogation of you. And it's incredibly difficult because you had to work to get here. But you get rewarded with incredible knowledge if you survive. You know there's a psychic on board, which explains a lot that you couldn't piece together before. And you're just trying to not be killed. That's it. That is your explicit goal. So you're standing there, you're petrified because just being in the presence of one of these things, you know, incredibly dangerous. And even though she's been very, you assumed beforehand that she was a drug user. The woman was very flighty, very out of it, but she's ice cold talking to you. And you realize, like, you try these rhetorical tactics before your narration, when they fail, like, you to yourself, you're saying, that is not going to work. Like, I can tell by looking, like, I cannot lie to her. Or you start second guessing yourself. You think, maybe the only way out of here is lying. She might not be a telepath. Not all psychics are telepaths, after all. If she is a telepath, though, she should be able to read my mind and know that I don't intend on telling other people. Do I intend on telling other people? If she isn't a telepath, I could say anything to her and I might be able to get away with it. She could be hiding that information in order to see if I'll take advantage of thinking she's not a telepath to lie to her. She can hear my thoughts right now, can't she? Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Like, the idea would be you have a very competent and very straight-laced and very professional protagonist that is quietly having an emotional breakdown, trying not to be killed by, like, a demigod who's very angry at her being in her room. You get what I'm talking about here? If that could be done well, you get the dialogue right, you know, you write it properly, I genuinely feel like you could have a transcendently good detective experience. I think that. Something not done, to my knowledge, not done in gaming, you know. Yeah. Yes, it's a bottle interrogation as well, so you can have, like, yeah, the idea of those would be like a proper boss fight. And every chapter would have, like, a higher requirement for how much you may have solved, you know? You find out more about the people on the ship and the cargo that you're carrying. You find out more about where you're going. One of the people killed during the initial murders was the captain, by the way, so you're missing some vital information. And you're trying to figure everything out. And the story gets more convoluted and more threads. And I like the idea of it not being possible to solve everything, you know? Some leads will never be followed up on. Some threads will never be solved. No matter how many times you reload a save, they can't be solved. You just don't get all the info. Not every puzzle piece gets to fall into place at the end, but you need to know enough, because if you don't, I mean, you know, there are many things that could kill you, you know, in the procession of events. That's stupid? No! That ambiguity establishes the appropriate tone. What people want is their Danganronpas or their number 9 games, the Zero game or whatever, you know, where everything falls into place. But this isn't some, like, storybox puzzle constructed by an omnipotent god or whatever. This is a fucking mess. Yeah, it's not like the Zero Escape games. Yeah, this is just a mess of a situation that you're trying to piece together, and the stakes keep raising and raising beyond the ship. And I want the character to just get more and more frazzled over time. Maybe even to the point where your character starts to give herself bad advice. That's a brilliant idea too, because at the beginning, like, your character is talking to herself, which is a hint for the player. The character is saying something like, you know, this person looks really upset. If I push them too far, they might snap or break down. I should stay calm. That might reassure them, you know. Disco Elysium does do that, and it's brilliant when they do that. I want to incorporate it as a gameplay mechanic as well, maybe in a different way, but, and then later on, like, way further down the line, like, your character, still smart, reads the situation wrong more and more. Maybe the psychic is involved. Maybe there's more to it than that. It could be done in many, many ways, but, yeah. If you make this one day, then we will know everything. But you get what I mean, right? Doesn't that sound nice? I think this could be very engaging if done properly, you know. I'll voice act one of the people who dies early, and I'll only show up in flashbacks. There you go. Yeah. It wouldn't be like Disco Elysium in an RPG sense. In Disco Elysium, you can constantly choose what you say for fun effect. In this, there would probably be, like, multiple minutes of character-driven dialogue. Your job isn't to roleplay as your character. Your character is your character. Your job is to do detective work when detective work needs doing. You follow along, you pay attention, and when the investigations or the interrogations are happening, you piece it together and drive it down the correct line. You know, that would be the idea, I think. Also, of course, the more branching dialogue paths, the more writing you would have to do, and the more voice acting and coding, and it gets more difficult. And I'm rambling about something, I think, you know. Anyway, it's just a hope that I have. But I can't stop thinking about it, you know? I was even doing character design. I like the idea of a kind of, because I was thinking, what's a good future aesthetic, right? When I think sci-fi future aesthetic, immediately because of who I am, I think Warhammer, but I don't want that. That's not, you know, I don't want like a kind of techno-futurist dystopian militarism aesthetic. That's not what I'm looking for here. I actually kind of like the idea of conspicuous consumption taking over as the predominant form of social expression. Something where people have in and out clothes, you know? People are expected to dress one way in and another way out. You have people who are dressed to the nines even on a cargo ship moving through interstellar space because they're concerned about the social ramifications of being seen in clothing. And you, as a security officer, are always dressed down, which other people find kind of weird and aberrant about you. Almost like you're being kind of like an activist, you know? Kind of in the same way that French feminists will take their tits out anytime, like, a car crashes. You know, you wearing, like, more simple clothing is considered you know, like, kind of a subversive statement. And I like the aesthetic. I thought, like, a kind of, French feminist groups are known for going topless for protests. It's just a joke. I like the idea of ornate, maximalist streetwear. That right there is what I'm thinking. That's the aesthetic of the future, okay? I want you to imagine, you know? Imagine somebody wearing a tank top that looks like stained glass cathedral windows. Every color looks like it's made out of glass, practically a mosaic art piece draped from your shoulders, and over it, you're wearing a gigantic sleet gray streetwear tracksuit with padded shoulders and like 87 zippers. And you're wearing joggers. How fucking dope. As a baseline, how fucking dope. The idea of the ironic, like kind of tech wear, but much bulkier, you know. The Baroque streetwear, I really like that, you know. The ironic juxtaposition of comfortable, simplistic clothing with ridiculously ornate, like glass-style clothing, you know. So imagine somebody who's wearing like joggers and Nikes, well, not literally Nikes, but like sneakers, you know. And then they're wearing like a large coat that buttons front, and they have like essentially like a glass bedazzled like cloak that goes over their shoulders and sort of wraps around them like a wraith. So they're like the bottom half of them, they're dressed in like this, what we would consider to be like jogging clothing. Like you'd go on a run at 6 a.m. in it. But at the top half, they look like some kind of techno priest, you know? You understand? This, I think, that aesthetic, underserved, you could do wonderful stuff there, I think. I think you could do something really, really good. Yes. Ooh, one other thing. I like the idea of the fact that your character is augmented is something you hide or want to hide at the beginning and only begrudgingly tell others because you know it will make you look suspicious. But you also use it, if you're logical enough, you have to piece it together. You have to use this cleverly, but you can take a bit of suspicion off of yourself with one clever bit. See, you're wounded too. You have a knife wound in your leg, not nearly enough to fell you, not nearly enough to do real damage, but as you explain, if you piece it together to the other people there, you can't possibly have initiated the violence because nobody on the ship could have possibly managed to stab you with a knife unless they did so as a sneak attack. Because if you had initiated the violence, nobody could have laid a hit on you. There wouldn't have been a single scrape on you. The fact that there's a real injury would indicate that somebody would have had to have attacked you first without you knowing. And it would be like, imagine how you could piece that together. Imagine you're talking about the fact that you're augmented and people are suspicious of you because you're very strong and that makes you a suspect because you could have killed people much easier than others. And you have bits of info. One of them is your memory of you seeing your injured leg right after you woke back up from the hour of your short-term memory loss. And the other one is you explaining to the rest of the people there that, yeah, you are strong enough that none of them could possibly fight you if they were given the chance. And then you go into a little menu, and it's like, you have little snippets of dialogue and bits of info. You click on one of them, and then you click on the second. The UI draws a line between the two, and your character narrates, oh, that's right, of course. The fact that I'm injured means that I couldn't have possibly initiated the violence, otherwise nobody would have been able to attack me in retribution. And then you can hit that dialogue option in the convo right there and kablamo. You could also have somebody suspiciously think you're making that up. Yeah, true. But like all that, like that would be the idea, right? You know what I mean? What about just sitting in the menu, linking everything to everything, Lamal? My perceived solution to that would be the UI never telling you if you have a correct connection. That is a very punishing way of doing it, by the way. If you design it in such a way as that you literally don't know. What about there are specific epiphanies and there are a number of facts connected to that epiphany and you have to link together enough of them, maybe with some variance. Say there are 5 facts linked to an epiphany, and if you have 4 of them linked together, that's enough to figure it out, and you can have 1 wrong one. So you can have 5, 4 correct, 1 incorrect, and that would be enough to have the new dialogue option because you've worked it out, you know? But if you have like 3 correct, 2 incorrect, or anything like that, it wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to do anything, you know? Technically, you could pause, unpause, change up, pause, unpause, change up, but that would take so long. And I mean, if you want to like cheese the game, of course you can, but I don't think there's anything I could do to fix that. The goal would just be to encourage good faith engagement. I don't know if there's any way to just prevent people from desperately trying to link everything outside of making it text-based, like you have to type in the epiphany, but that's like those old 90s computer games, and nobody liked that system anyway. It was never fun to use. That's true. An incorrect connection could give you wrong dialogue options, or ones that just hurt you. Yeah, because they're illogical. Imagine if you piece together enough wrong ones that you get a new dialogue option, and it's just fucking stupid. It's just fucking dumb. And then the person you're talking to is like, what the fuck do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. And you lose standing with the crew because it seems like you're just throwing shit at the wall. Ah, that's actually really good. Yeah. You could be misinformed. Yeah, you move forward with the wrong idea. It's true. It would be an incredible amount of work to do all that. I'm never going to make any of this happen. I never make any of the things I want to happen. But, you know, I like the idea. At least the idea is out there. Now I've rambled about it. Except for this channel. I made that happen, you know. We would fund it. You guys literally already fund it. Okay, you get what I mean, right? Okay. Whatever happened to the superhero novella you were brainstorming? Still in my head. Those are the two things. It's that and it's this. Those two in my head all the time. What would the death mechanic be? Well, I like the idea of the death mechanic being a wall, an event that happens that if you don't have enough knowledge to overcome, you just die to it, you know? And that dying to it can give you info on how to better solve or investigate stuff in the future, you know? Like, maybe there are 6 mysteries, and of them, only 4 are plot relevant, and 3 will need to be solved in order for you to have enough info to realize, holy shit, there's a bomb in the cargo bay, you know, that kind of thing, right? I just like the idea of really challenging people's detective skills, because one of the things that I really liked about that NCS channel on YouTube, where the criminal psychologist was analyzing the behavior of the criminals when they were being interrogated by the cops, the JCS, thank you, the JCS. I really like, you know, imagine you're sitting there trying to get answers out of a person who's lying to you. That's not something that we do in real life that often, is it, right? Like, if we do, it's about really trivial stuff, like there's some interpersonal dispute or somebody did something petty. But when the stakes are there, when lives are on the line, that's not an experience we have, really, in day-to-day life. But it is something that I find satisfying on an intellectual level. That's why people like Sherlock books. Everyone likes that. The detective thing. Everyone wants to be the detective. That's why true crime fans are such pains in the ass, you know? Because they listen to true crime and then they think they're detectives, and then they're like calling the living relatives of dead people, and they're like, have you considered that it was the neighbor with the knife? You know, or whatever. Like, everyone wants to be the detective, and so often detective systems in games are like so trivial. They're so paltry, or they're childishly simple. You know, it's very like, or it's determined in large part by like speech checks. That's the worst of it, man. When you can have a good mystery, but then your character has high int, so it's that you just see the dialogue option like int check 11. Oh, it was them who did it, and it's like, I wanted to figure that out. You know? How would the game convey people lying that isn't intricate facial animation? Nope, only dialogue. If this is being done like a visual novel, people will be still drawings, maybe with a couple of expressions. You know, that's it. But it would be all dialogue, you know? I feel like all dialogue with a couple of cues might be enough. So all dialogue, you're having a convo, and then in the text box, narration, you know, X character scrunches up their nose. Well, what does that indicate? Disgust? Discomfort? You figure it out. I mean, that's a pretty obvious one. What about the character you're talking to looks at their backpack? Well, maybe if you've done some detective work and you know what the backpack contains, you might be thinking, oh, they're looking at like the portrait of their lover back home. They might be feeling nostalgic. Maybe a next dialogue line you should choose is something like, you know, I want to solve this mystery because I want us all to make it back home. And you think like, oh, that would be so good. Earlier, you check through the bag. Oh, it's a photo of her lover. This isn't relevant. Then later you think, what are they looking at in there? Well, the only thing in the bag is the photo of their lover. Why would they be thinking of that? Maybe it's nostalgia. You bring that back. The text option, you know, something like that. Bam. That's good. That's what I mean. Right there. You piece it together yourself. Nothing in the game says, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. That would take a lot of writing. That is true. However, writing can be done. Well, that sort of thing is really obvious, right? It's super fucking hard to leave little details in a book because you get like, oh, they pointed out some emotion that's important. That's true. Well, the goal would be constant ambiguity and misdirection as well. In real-life investigations, you constantly find red herrings. Happens all the time. Not everything is some neatly put-together puzzle. This is one of the things that I don't like about Zero Escape or Danganronpa or whatever. I like the detective element, but every time information is brought up in one of these games, you know that it's going to contribute to some realization, but you should throw red herrings in there. People should sometimes lie to you just because they don't like you, not even for an ulterior motive. So you should ask someone a question about their background, or like, what did you do before you came on the ship? And they should be like, I worked in the fucking docks. And they didn't. But they just didn't want to answer because they don't like you. And then later, after investigating, you feel like, well, why'd you lie to me? Like, I thought I knew something about you, and I made assumptions. Why'd you lie? I didn't fucking like you. Like, and that's it. Simple as that. Maybe they say it in a flippant enough way that a good ear could suggest to you they're not telling the truth. Like, they say it, for example, instead of, oh yeah, I work at the docks. Oh yeah, I work at the docks. Like that. That's all you need. Are they telling the truth? Tell me, is this man wearing 14 pounds of mosaic glass off their shoulders telling the truth when they say they work at the docks? The imperious tone of this man suggests to me, perhaps not, figure it out. So this would be voice acted? It would have to be voice acted, yes. It would have to be voice acted. Would you want a log of clues and stuff, or would you just have to remember? A log. No, you should not have to, like, remember anything. Everything important should be logged. But a lot of info would be logged. That would be the thing. You could have subdivided chapters. Day 1, day 2, day 3, did this, did that, did this, you know. And you would have to remember where the relevant bits are. So, for example, you would remember every detail of a conversation you had with another. Say your supernatural memory is a component of your augmentations. Fine, narrativize it if you want. But you would have to think, didn't I hear something contrary to this back when I investigated? Who was it? Flip back to day 1, investigated person Y. When was it? Oh, right. Beep. And then there would be like a thing there. Now, that would require a lot on the player's behalf. But I feel like if you're truly interested in the mystery, really invested, finding those bits of info should feel like taking a fucking crack hit. And I know, because that's how I would feel. If I was having a convo with somebody and I thought, wait a second. Wait. And then I was like, wait, didn't they say something? Yeah, right there. You click on that, drop menu, and you have a new text box option. That feels so good. That would feel so fucking good. And the whole game would be about that. And you know, maybe it'd be frustrating searching through the dialogue options. I totally get that. But maybe with a good search system, archived properly, I feel like it could be manageable. A lot of work, but, you know. The nice thing is, a lot of the work would be about building the framework. I feel like once you get, like, the logistics of where the info gets managed, the rhythm of how everything flows, the system's built, it becomes more modular, easier to build new things. Of course, it still has to be written and voice acted, but And remember, the goal here is not to produce an RPG. There aren't 57 branching options out to the end. You know, there isn't the ending where you become the king and the ending where you this, that, the other. You know, it's not an RPG. Your character is your character. The point is to solve the mysteries. If you succeed in solving them, you will live a little while longer, and if you fail, you will die, as well as maybe a great many other people. Those are the stakes right there. You know, you're not gunning for the ending where you get appointed Grand Poobah of the colonial province. It's literally L.A. Noire. Well, L.A. Noire is a detective game as well, but I feel like I saw L.A. Noire. It just does not look that good to me. What if you had like a make connection button that lets you take one bit of memory in the UI and lets you take back the memory UI and choose now a piece of information true gets revealed in it? Seems a way. Yeah, that could be a way. It has multiple endings and you never know if your ending is the best. I want being able to reach the ending at all to be the accomplishment. Surviving will be the accomplishment. I want this to be properly difficult. Obviously, you can always cheese your way through and everyone can look up a guide online. But if they don't do those things, I want just making it out. That's how it works in an investigation, right? A detective in a real investigation, you know, they don't get the good ending when they fix everything. The good ending is finding out what happened to them. That's what does it for them. That's the good ending. If your fans make the game, will you write and direct it? Nope. You all can do whatever you want. I will never cooperate with any of my fans. I will never work with any of you. Good luck and Godspeed. If I ever do anything, I do it on my own. I love you. What happens if you get it wrong and die? Can you narrativize your save states, or would you only die at the ending? You could probably save state every morning. Like you might have, if there's like time slots, you know, it's like going back, like the bomb goes off. You go back one day on a save. Oh, this is enough time for me to do this one other thing. And then you would fix enough for it to, you know, allow you to survive. You have to play Return of the Obra Dinn on the stream now. I played it off stream. It's a phenomenal game. Why does your mic sound like that? AC. Not gonna happen, Panic Stasis. Sorry, I know enough about game development to know that haphazardly jumping in with other people just like that is usually a surefire recipe for bankruptcy and disaster. If I ever do anything, and I won't, again, because none of my brain projects ever come to pass, if I ever do anything, again, won't. But if I do, it'll be me diligently working on it. You know, building a demo of it, like a small sort of preliminary section. You know, getting amateur voice actor work, releasing that, seeing if people like the concept, and then seeing whether or not I should do more with it. Crime Collector, the knowing about the psychic might give you bits of evidence that can make it easier to do a couple of future investigations. Also, it could just be fun. All right, I've been rambling for too long. There are donos to look at. Not the least of which being John, who has donated $200? Your vid about QAnon and the pedos almost converted my friend today. Be the change, Vosh. Do more. Go harder. I fucking love you. No homo. Wait, no homo. No a homo. Thank you for the 200. Yeah, I'm sorry that I've wasted my rhetorical gifts for the past hour rambling about my video game idea, but I hope some of the people in chat found it entertaining, and I'm glad that that video on the QAnon pedo stuff almost brought your friend over. Yes, very sorry. I am incredibly tired and warm and over stimulated. I'm going to end the stream. I will be streaming tomorrow, 11 a.m. PT, maybe noon. We'll see how late I get up. I love you all very much. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you all soon. I'll finish reading the donos tomorrow. They're all still there. I haven't gotten rid of them. Take care. And no copyright, no steal my idea. I'm just joking. You can do literally whatever you want. Don't steal, however, don't steal my ornate maximalist streetwear idea, okay? That's so fucking drippy, dude. Being a security officer with, like, mosaic cathedral, stained glass tank top and a giant poofy jacket with shoulder pads over it, and then you've just got, like, track pants on and some sneakers, and that's your uniform. Fuck, that's good. That's so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. Absolutely. Fuck. I need to dress like that. Okay, bye. Wait, who are we hosting? Is Zan streaming? I don't see Zan streaming. We'll host Canoe. How do you do, Canoe? Do-do-do-do-do-do. How do you do, Canoe? Do-do-do-do-do. How do you do, Canoe? Wah 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 wah.